Live from James C. Fox Field. Game 1 of 2 between the Lynchburg Hornets and the Washington Elite Generals coming to you on LHSN. Zach Potts takes the bump for Lynchburg, and he'll start his day by taking on Luke Erdman, Zach Perkins, and Champagne Bassey. First pitch of the ball game sent out of play, and we are underway. First pitch of 18 innings we'll see this afternoon. Lynchburg comes in 12-3 on the season. Washington Elite, meanwhile, 8-7 on the year. Potts with the signs, comes to the plate, the 0-1, clips the outside corner. Pitcher's count now, 0-2. Numbers on the season so far for Potts. This becomes his 5th appearance. All of them have been starts, 19 1/3 innings worth of work. Opponents hitting .329 against a 5.59 ERA so far this season for the junior. Down to the dirt, cut on and miss. Erdman throwing out up the first base line, and it's a strikeout to start the day for Zach Potts.
Now batting, left fielder, number 4.
Talking more about Potts' strikeout numbers, that's number 22 on the season. Compare that to 7 walks. So while the ERA hasn't necessarily been great, strikeout to walk ratio is there. And Erdman goes down via the K. That brings up left-handed bat Zach Perkins. First pitch swinging, Perkins puts it in sky and out of play along the left field line. First meeting this season between the two squads. Lynchburg took both doubleheaders from a season ago. All told, Lynchburg with an edge in the all-time series, 52-40. Left on right, or right on left, excuse me. 1-1, line to Collins at third, who snares the hot shot. And quickly, there are 2 away. Heads up play for Collins.
Second baseman, number 12, Champagne Bassey.
As much as he does with the bat, does that much and maybe even more in the field. So 2 away, top of the first. 3-hole man as Champagne Bassey. Right on right, starts the fastball on the outside corner to put the count at 0-1. 0-1 pitch on its way. Same spot, same result. The count to 0-2. And in the early goings, Zach Potts able to get ahead in the count. Been a commonality so far here in the first. That's a welcome start for Lynchburg. The 0-2 offering. Slider low and away, fouled away by Bassey. Do it again at 0-2. Battery made today for Potts is Holden Fiedler. Another 0-2 pitch. Another off-speed pitch, rolled out to long at short. Fields fires to first in time to complete the 1-2-3. Top of the first, pitched by Zach Potts, and the Hornets sent down the Generals in order. We'll take a pause, come back with the home half of the first, and get our first look. Lynchburg offense. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Getting set for the home half of the first inning, and it's Jack Cope taking the mound for Washington and Lee. It was a 1-2-3 top half the first toss by Zach Potts. Apologies, no graphics right now. I'm going to figure out why that is and hopefully get that back up and running very shortly. But Cope takes the mound. This becomes his 6th appearance of the year, all of which have been starts. 18 2/3 innings worth of action, 21 strikeouts to 15 walks. Opponents rating .271 against him. All that amounts into a 7.71 ERA. And Cope will take on Cam Lane, Logan Webster, and Garrett Jackson. That's the first 3 in the Lynchburg batting order. Lane out in right field in the top half of the first. Now steps into left-handed batter's box. Lane's been swinging it really well to start the year, 320 average. Cope comes set at the chest. First pitch swinging. Roll down to short. Lane with a good scoop at first, retired 6-3. Ethan Zuleta fielding over at short. A nice pick coming at first base from Brian Wickman. And leadoff man is down for Lynchburg. So Logan Webster now steps to the plate. Webster, this becomes game 7 played. Start number 4. Throwing right into that 2 spot. 5th-year head coach Lucas Jones. First pitch he sees on the outside black. The count starts at 0-1. Right on right matchup. Off speed. Clips the inside corner. And just like we saw from Potts in the top half of the first, Cope able to work ahead in the count. Retired Lane on just 1 pitch, but out in front to Webster at least. We'll see if that trend can continue. Obviously, if you're a Generals fan, you'd love to see that. Sent back towards the net. Let's do it again at 0-2. Smaller sample size for Webster that we talked about. 7th game played, but a .385 average. A couple doubles. Been swinging it well when we've gotten to see him. Another foul ball from Webster. Another 0-2 pitch on the way. Battery made today for Cope, Jaden Keener, who relays the signs. Cope now set, working exclusively from the stretch. 0-2. Good bite, but drops off the outside corner. Count now, a ball and 2 strikes. It's already set. And another foul ball. Webster putting together a good fight. Still down in the count, but certainly not going down easy against Cope. Another 1-2. Chop back up the middle. Fielding at second. Bassey makes the throw to first. A pair of ground outs to the middle infielders for the Generals. Translate to 2 outs to start the day for Jack Cope. 3-hole man Garrett Jackson to the plate, looking to prolong the first inning.
Number 21, Garrett Jackson.
Jackson, another one of those hot bats to start the year for Lynchburg. Last time we saw him at home, included a 2-run home run out over the right center field wall. So far on the year, Jackson a .263 average, 6 extra base hits, a pair of long balls. This one out to center field, and Jackson goes down F8, and Jack Cope matches the 1-2-3 start to the day that Zach Potts tossed in the top half the first. 6 up, 6 down through inning number 1. We're stepping aside and coming back with the top of the second on LHSN.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the athletic training laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
Top of the second inning, 6 up, 6 down through the first full frame of action for these two sides. Game 1 of 2 to be played between Lynchburg and Washington and Lee. Hornets 2-0 to start conference play, and this becomes the conference opener for the Generals. Excuse me, games 6 and 7, 7 and 8. Math's hard. First pitch on the way to the cleanup man, Mitchell Salvano. This is outside. 1-0 count to start. Generals 3-3 so far this season in conference play. Letter high, cut on and missed. Count even at 1-1. One sent out towards right field, charging in. Lane with a slide makes the grab for out number 1. Subtle flash from Lane, and Salvano set down for the first out to the second inning. Brian Wickman, the first baseman, now steps to the plate. Wickman second best on the team, 377 average. Gets his 16th start of the season today. First pitch swinging. Another fly ball out towards Cam Lane. Tracks back towards the warning track and makes the grab to retire Wickman.
Now batting.
Give you the defensive alignment for Lynchburg. We've seen Cam Lane very active out in right field and center. Carson Atkins out in left. Avery Neves, very similar look to what we've seen for a majority of the season for Lynchburg. The infield from left to right has Gavin Collins at third, Ryan Long at short, PJ Alvenos at second, Garrett Jackson holding it down at first, with Holden Fiedler doing the catching behind the dish today for the starter, Zach Potts. Oh, 1, sliced foul, third base side. Potts a pitch away from making it 6 up, 6 down to start his day. Righty into the windup, gets a ground ball out to Alvenos at second. 4-3 put out, becomes out number 3. 6 outs to start the day for Potts, 1 strikeout along the way. We're stepping aside, coming back with the bottom of the second between Lynchburg and Washington and Lee.
I was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
Avery Neves, PJ Alvanos, and Gavin Collins scheduled to play for Lynchburg. Home half of the second inning. We're scoreless through 1.5. Number 6. Hornets playing host to the Washington Elite Generals. First pitch to Neves, located perfectly on the outside corner. The count starts at 0-1. Breaking pitch, drops just below the knees, maybe misses inside as well. Count now even at 1. Letter high, cut on and missed, and the count to 1-2 to Avery Neves. Team best batting average at .413. 3 doubles, triple, and a couple of home runs on the year. One, two. Skied foul, right field side. Pitcher's count. Cope comes high and tight, misses the zone. Count even once again. Two-two, back to the breaking ball for Cope. He's just below the knees. Patient eye there for Neves, and that's part of what makes him such a tough out. Not only does he swing it well, has plenty of pop, but play discipline is what puts him in elite status. Payoff pitch comes too far inside, and they're going to say it hit the bat of Neves. Neves a pitch away from being the first base runner today. Breaking ball, slap foul, rolling up the third base line. Wind blowing out towards right center field. Cope set, another 3-2. High and inside, and Avery Neves does indeed become the first base runner of the afternoon via the base on balls. He'll be held on by first baseman Brian Wickman, and we'll give you the rest of the defensive alignment for Washington Elite. Chapin Bassi at second, Ethan Zuleta starting at short, Luke Erdman at third, Zach Perkins gets the nod in left field, manning center is Mitchell Salvano, and out in right is Mason Satterfield. Taking off, Neves will have second base. Now an RBI opportunity for the Hornets. Wild pitch puts Neves on at second. Alvanos hit to the outfield. Chance to drive home our first run of the day. It'd be good for RBI number 17 of the year for Alvanos. Goes along with a .255 average so far this season. Washington Elite defense plays a left-handed bat straight away. Cope comes inside, misses the zone. Hitters count 2-0. And you see fifth-year head coach Lucas Jones up the third base line. Reigning ODAC Coach of the Year. They're going to have Lynchburg get back to the ODAC title game and repeat as conference champions this season. Hard hit to right field, and it's through. They'll hold Neves at third. Base knock for Alvanos puts runners at the corners. No outs still for Lynchburg. And that becomes the first hit we've seen so far today.
Now batting, third baseman, number 15, Gavin Collins.
So runners in the corners. Gavin Collins is going to come through in the RBI spot. Offensive production's been a little slow to start this season for Collins. Batting average below the Mendoza line at 190. Still lots of baseball left to be played this season. Takes one big afternoon, and those numbers can start to rise very quickly. Cope comes set. They are holding on Alvanos at first. Makes it up the first base line, and it goes foul, ranging all the way towards the Washington Lee bullpen. 1-1 count to Collins. Chance to pick up his 8th ribby on the season. Breaking pitch from Cope, left off the outside corner. Alvanos 1-for-1 on stolen base attempts so far this season. Not an overly large lead. Could be an opportunity to try to force the throw to second, bring home Avery Dees from third, and also take away the double play ball. Alvanos not in motion and won't need to be. This pitch comes too far inside and plunks Collins, and that will load the bases. After a solid first inning of action, Jack Cope now running into trouble. Gives up a single to Neves, the walk to Neves, single to Alvanos, and there's the hit by pitch once again against Zach Collins. So the bases are juiced for Ryan Long, the shortstop. Looking to break open our scoring. First pitch, belt high, and a cold strike one. Lynchburg coming off an 8-7 loss against Greensboro down at the Truist Point Stadium in High Point, North Carolina. Going to get back to their winning ways. Talked about them being ranked number 6 in the country, their highest rank in program history on a national scale. Pitch misses outside, 2 balls and a strike. Obviously, midweek road bump, not lost on Tuesday. Now a chance to get back on track with Washington and Lee doubleheader today, and then it's Randolph-Macon scheduled to come to town on Wednesday. This pitch down and outside. Nice job, Keener, keeping the baseball in front of him. Count swells to 3-1. Pitch count for Cope, now up to 27. Pardon, now the count, 3-1. .156 average so far this year for Long. Hard hit back up the middle and through to center field. Neves scores with ease. Rounding third, Alvanos. Upstanding, makes it 2-0 Lynchburg. Like we talked about with Collins, sometimes it takes one big day and the offensive production can pick up, and Ryan Long, a good start to today, and hopefully if you're a Hornets fan, you can start to see the offensive production follow suit. Big base knock for Long, and it forces Cope to, no pun intended, cope with the mistakes that he ran into in free base passes. He gave up this inning via the walk and hit by pitch. Now runners at first and second. Collins the lead man in scoring position. Long behind him, fresh off the 2 RBI base hit. And it's Holden Fiedler stepping to the plate. Down in the 8 spot today. Shows bunt. And it'll be called a strike. And a rarity. Not often you see contact with the hitter, but swinging a strike. But that moves the count to 0-1. .219 average so far this year for Fiedler. Waits on this one, deposits it to center field, and it's down for a base knock. They'll hold Collins at third, but the hit party continues for Lynchburg. Third base knock of the frame, and all 5 who have stepped to the plate have now reached successfully. 9-hole man Carson Atkins looks to keep the momentum riding forward.
Now batting, center fielder, number 12, Carson Atkins.
And Carson Atkins coming off being named Conference Player of the Week, .327 average, and a trip out to the mound. And like we talked about, Cope, stellar in that first inning. 1, 2, 3, pitching to soft contact. And now you see the meeting on the mound, and Generals head coach Ted White, his 5th season. Here trying to settle down Cope after a really strong first inning and running into a lot of trouble. Again, if you missed any of the offense so far here in the bottom of the second, it was a walk to Neves, single to Alvenos, hit by pitch to Collins, 2 RBI single for Long, and last but not least, the single for Fiedler to reload the bases. Meeting adjourned. Now Cope will retoe the rubber and go toe-to-toe with Carson Atkins. First pitch to Atkins goes out of play. Oh, 0-1 offering. Count even to 1-1. Cope still looking for the first out. Bottom of the second inning. Line to short. Snared by Zuleta. Nowhere to go afterwards, but despite loud contact from Atkins, he becomes the first out to the home half of the second. L6 for those keeping track at home. Baseball can be an unforgiving sport. Zuleta there to make the play. Heads up base running, an underrated part of that play by Ryan Long over at second, getting back the bag very quick. That is more often than not a play where there's a double play. And one of the runners taken off the base paths after ball hit that hard. But Long alert, able to get back in time. Damage held at just the first out of the inning. Cam Lane comes to the plate for the second time in as many innings. And the 1-0 will drive home at least one more. Into right field. Bobbled for a moment by Satterfield. It'll officially be a 2 RBI single for Cam Lane. The Lynchburg offense has woken up with authority, making it 4-0. Collins and Long score on the play. Moving up to second is Holden Fiedler. And Webster back to the right-handed batter's box, the 8th hitter of the inning for Lynchburg. In between swing, they'll say Webster went around. It's an 0-for-1 start to the afternoon for Logan Webster, the DH. Grounded out to second, an inning ago. Pitch misses low and away. Another good job for catcher Jaden Keener. Keep it in front of him. Keeps the runners at bay. One down and outside. Keener forced to make another play. Pump fake up the first base line. Nowhere to go with baseball. Long glance back to second for Cope. Now to the plate. Sent out towards right center field. And it'll get down. One hop in the fence. Past the outstretched glove of Satterfield. Extra bases for Webster. On his giddy up and scoring after rounding third. Holden Fiedler. Touches home plate. Cam Lane holds at third. RBI double nonetheless for Webster. And still 2 runners on in scoring position now. 5-0.
First baseman, number 21, Garrett Jackson.
Garrett Jackson back to the plate. 9th hitter of the inning. Takes the first pitch high. It was a fly out to center field in the first pitch Jackson saw last inning. The 1-1 to Jackson. Down and outside, 2 balls and a strike. The only person to be retired so far this inning, Carson Atkins, and it was a bad case of unfortunate luck more than anything else. Hit the ball hard. Just found the shortstop right where he hit it. Shallow center field, charging in, and there to make the grab is Salvano. Tagging, trying to score from third, and doing so successfully is Cam Lane. RBI sac fly. Garrett Jackson makes it 6-0. Hornets out in front. And Lynchburg has now successfully hit it around to my eyes. 10th hitter of the inning is Avery Neves. He was leadoff man and drew a walk to get now what's become a 6-run bottom of the second underway. Near the bag at second is Bassey. This one skied foul, first base side. So Lynchburg has won 4 in a row against Washington and Lee. A couple of doubleheader sweeps in the 2021 season. And the Hornets 25-17 at home against Washington and Lee. The early offense has certainly put them out on the right foot. A lot of bite on the breaking ball from Cope, but misses the zone. The 1-1 clips the inside corner. Moves the count to 1-2, and Cope now a pitch away from holding the damage at 6 across. Righty has the signs. Comes to plate off-speed pitch and misses the bat of Avery Neves. Strikeout. A much-needed third out to the frame, but not before Lynchburg does plenty of damage. Played 6 all across in the bottom of the second. We'll step aside and come back with the top of the third. Hornets out in front, 6-0.
If I'm walking around over on the crowd side, I always hear someone yelling, "Hey Nat, take our picture. Hey Nat, get this," or something, or "Hey Nat, you got that shot?" Like, so I'm always like trying to photograph the crowds and my friends calling my name. I think sports at Lynchburg unifies us as a whole. No matter what background we come from, what differences we have, and what experience we've experienced through our lives, it brings us all together and we have one goal, which is to win. As a photographer, I definitely get to capture the emotion and the feel and the atmosphere of what's going on during the games and what's happening in the crowd and with the fans. We have hugely dedicated fans here at Lynchburg. They come out whether it's rain, snow, sleet, windy, no matter what. Like, they will come out and support their team and cheer them on. They will sit through anything. It's just, it brings us all together as one.
Top of the third inning, Zach Potts with 6 runs of insurance on his back. And he'll start the third inning. Taking on the bottom third of the Generals order, 7-8-9. First pitch on the way to the shortstop, Ethan Zuleta. Catches the outside corner. After Zuleta comes the catcher, Jaden Keener. And then it's Mason Satterfield. 0-1 offering. Sent back up the middle. In and out of the glove of Long, and unable to get his hand back on the baseball. E6 will give W&L their first base run of the day.
Now batting, catcher number 10, Jaden Keener.
So a runner on at first. Washington in lead, looking to get back some of the offense they gave up to the Hornets. Bottom half of the second. This is a W&L team that has not had a problem generating offense. 320 average before today's game. Average north of 8 runs a contest. Breaking pitch, this is high and away to Keener. And looking at Keener, how about a 400 average? Today becomes his 10th start of the season. It's 12 hits through 30 ABs. Another breaking pitch from Potts. In between swing for Keener, but it's a called strike one regardless. And Zuleta on at first. An overly large lead. Held on by Jackson. Throw over, Zuleta back in time. On the base pass this year, Zuleta. 3 stolen bases on 7 attempts. As the sun pokes out, makes its presence felt over Fox Field. Fastball from Potts makes it 1-2. Overall, really pretty day for baseball here in Lynchburg, Virginia. Wind blowing out towards right center field. This one line up and over the head of Alvenos. Into right field. Lane can't field it cleanly. So single and an error. Ultimately puts 2 runners on in scoring position. This is the exact response you wanted to have if you are a Washington and Lee fan. 2 errors in the same inning for Lynchburg. And the Hornets had 26 coming in today, now up to 28 on the season. So a big RBI opportunity for W&L. 9-hole man Mason Satterfield stepping to the dish. First pitch breaking ball misses away. This is a dangerous proposition here for Potts. The advantage of taking on the bottom 3 of the order is ideally their numbers aren't as great as the top of the order, and it's a little bit of a pitching matchup favorable to your side, and that's great. But when it doesn't work out, it can lead to innings like this. Single into center field. One will score. They'll hold Keener at third. RBI base knock for Satterfield. Makes it 6-1.
Now batting, third baseman number 30, Luke Erdman.
To continue that point, we aren't able to take care of business against the bottom third of the order. And in this case, it's a run already on the board before the lineup card turns over, and 2 runners on for an ever-dangerous Luke Erdman. Team best, 386 average, and that's where got to take care of your business against the bottom 3 in the order. Try to avoid situations like this where W&L with 1 inning can get right back into it. You see up the third baseline. Washington Lee head coach Ted White. Potts against Erdman. Back to Alvenos at second. Tossed along. Throw to first. In time. 6-4-3 double play. All at the cost of a run coming around. Keener touches home plate, and it's now a 6-2 ball game. But the base paths are clear, and there's now 2 away.
Now batting, left fielder.
So a little bit of give and take for the Generals. One 0 count to start. Zach Perkins comes to plate for the second time, lined out the third in his first AB. Takes this pitch on the outside corner. Potts moves the count to 1-1. So today becomes start number 5 of the year for Zach Potts. Righty gets a ground ball to Alvenos at second. Throw to first in time to retire Zach Perkins for out number 3, but 2 runs put on the board by Washington Lee to cut the deficit down to 4. We'll step aside and come back with the bottom of the third. Coming to you on LHSN.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. 100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it.
PJ Alvenos to lead things off. Home half the third inning. 2 runs come across for the Generals in the top half the third, making it a 6-2 ball game. After 10 come to the plate, the bottom of the second, Lynchburg looking to keep the offense rolling. Starts with Alvenos. It'll be followed up by Gavin Collins, then Ryan Long. Pitch comes too far inside. 1-1 count. Still Jack Cope out on the bump. Ran into a fair amount of trouble in inning number 2 of his day. Pitch count up to 48 now. Certainly some gas left in the tank. He gets a foul ball up the third baseline. And really the trouble for Cope came early on in the inning, giving up a walk to Neves. 2 batters later, a hit by pitch to Collins, and then with 3 hits all around it from Alvenos, Long, and Fiedler, if Cope can get out to a better start this inning, if you're a Washington Lee fan, you feel like you're in a good spot, holding the deficit at 4, getting your offense back to the plate. Breaking ball, cut on and missed, and now it's back-to-back Ks for Jack Cope. Set down Neves for the final out, the second, and starts the bottom of the third with a K against Alvenos.
Now batting, third baseman, number 15, Gavin Collins.
Gavin Collins takes the first pitch, breaking ball, low and away. Collins without an official AB today. He was hit by a pitch last inning. Cope goes fastball inside corner, gets a foul ball up the third baseline. Breaking ball from Cope. Located perfectly on the inside corner. That's a tough pitch for a hitter to pick up. Looks like it's going to come by and hit you on the shoulder. Turn a little bit. Next thing you know, crosses by over the plate. You're down in the count 1-2. Collins will have to battle. Hits it softly, left side of the infield. Erdman at third. The throw to first with some help from Wickman. Across the diamond, and Collins becomes out number 2. So 3 in a row retired by the Hornets. And Ryan Long looking to avoid the first 1-2-3 inning back since the first. First pitch to the shortstop, misses downstairs. (1-0) inside corner. And you're starting to see here in the third, Cope feeling more and more comfortable coming to the inside portion of the plate. Lynchburg is a team that will hover over the plate, so to speak. That's one way to try to make a pitcher more uncomfortable. But also, if you're going to attack the outside corner, you're finding more barrels when pitchers do that. That does come at a cost. Teams are going to attack the inside corner, and they can do it effectively. It creates some offensive headaches. Another 1-2 count. Breaking pitch off the outside corner. 2's across the scoreboard. 2-2 count and 2 away. Longward to reach. Holden Fiedler is the man on deck for the Hornets. 2-2 high and inside. Full count. Generals playing straight away. Zazuleta at short. Throw to first. Snagged by Wickman down in the dirt. And 6-3 put out. Becomes out number 3. 3 up, 3 down. Hornets down in order. We'll step aside and come back with the top of the fourth. Lynchburg out in front 6-2 over Washington and Lee.
What you're missing. It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Chapin Bassi followed by Mitchell Salvano and Ryan Wickman coming to the plate for W&L. Trailing by 4 runs, but got 2 across in the top of the third, looking to keep momentum on their side. First pitch from Zach Potts, misses downstairs. 30th pitch of the day for Potts. Pitch count certainly in a good spot. (1-0) becomes a ground ball left side. Long, deep into the hole. Throws across the diamond. To no avail. Bassi with the infield single. Good start to the fourth for Washington and Lee. Talking about the 2 runs that Generals scored last inning, both of which are unearned against Zach Potts. Runner board at first. Salvino at the plate. 0 for 1 with a fly out towards right field. Toss over. Back in time is Bassi. Mitchell Salvino, 341 average. Today becomes start number 11 of the season. And furthers my point. So Washington Lee team that really hasn't had any problems swinging it. Start the season. Comes down to finding some pitching success. Even that, 5.76 ERA. Certainly not terrible. And a near, actually up and over, 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Cut on a miss. Throw goes to first. Caught in a rundown. Jackson to Alvenos, who applies the tag. 2-3-4 on the pickoff. Bassi becomes out number 2. Salvino. Or excuse me, out number 1. Salvino still at the plate. One and 2 count. Potts to Salvino. Becomes a foul ball. Washington Lee center fielder. Good for his first base knock today. And look at how different the complexion of this inning looks after the leadoff man gets on. Looks like Washington Lee can cut more into that deficit. And then it's where poor base running can really put some gray hairs on the head of a coach. Takes away a runner, gives you the first out of the frame, and all of a sudden scoring opportunity has evaporated for the Generals' eyes. 2-2. Low and away, but Salvino couldn't help but chase and goes down swinging. Second strikeout today for Potts, and the second out to the top of the fourth.
Baseman number 13, Brian Wickman.
Brian Wickman now steps to the plate. Also 0 for 1 with a fly out towards right field. Wickman, a senior from White House Station, New Jersey. Takes the first pitch on the outside corner. Fiedler relays the sign, sets up on the outside corner, and Potts just misses the outer edge. Count to 1-1. Slow roller up the third base line. Collins charging in. No play to be made at first. Seeped under the glove of Collins regardless. Would have been close.
Now batting, DH,
And it will be an infield single, second of the inning. Wickman looking for a different result than Bassi got, being picked off, getting in the rundown between first and second. And it'll take a 2-out rally for the Generals. Push runs across in consecutive frames. Drew Larson, DH hitting from the left side, 0 for 1 with the ground out to second. First pitch swinging, nicked into the glove of Fiedler. Count opens at 0-1. Nicked in and out of the glove this time round of Fiedler. So talking more about Zach Potts, second team all-conference a season ago. Junior. Makes his 5th start of the season. His longest outing is 5 2/3. That came as last appearance on the bump. Gave up 9 hits, 3 earned runs through that 5 2/3. 4 strikeouts to 1 walk against the Maroons of Roanoke College. And looking at Potts' ERA, where that number's a little higher than might have anticipated at this point of the season. First start of the year came against number 7 Birmingham Southern, and it was 6 earned runs through 4 1/3. That game, that ERA is at 12.46. Take away that tougher performance, and numbers look pretty solid for Potts. You can see why he's getting the nod here in game 1 of our Twin Bill. More after the nine, he's been, quote-unquote, the Friday night guy for the Hornets. Sent Alvenos at second. He'll take it to second himself. 4 unassisted. You don't see that one every day, but we get one here, and that becomes out number 3. A 0 put up next to the Generals line, and we are headed to the home half of the 4th. You're watching WNL and Lynchburg on LHSN.
Here's to life and here's to Lynchburg, to the years we spent together. I don't know when or how we gathered, but I know I'm home. So here's to love and here's to the heartache, all the laughter, every mistake. I don't know how our lives will be changed, but here I am home. Here I'm home.
Eight, 9-1 coming to the plate for the Hornets. Holden Fiedler, Carson Atkins, and Cam Lane. Lynchburg, we're going to get back in the scoring column, had 6 in the bottom of the second. Then went down 1, 2, 3 in the first and the third. Jack Cope, meanwhile, on the other side of the same coin, looking to ride the momentum from that perfect third inning tossed. Fiedler takes this pitch in the outside corner and now falls behind 0-2 in the count. Single and a run scored back in the second for Fiedler. And he continues to swing. Solid bat here. Comes up empty on the hack, and Cope gets strikeout number 3 on the day.
Now batting,
Jack Cope settling into a nice rhythm.
Carson Atkins.
That's now 6 in a row set down in the Hornets order. That includes the first of those 6 being an RBI sac fly from Garrett Jackson. First pitch is in for a strike against Atkins, and we noted it back in the second. Cope was falling behind in counts and giving up free passes. That's where he found himself in trouble. But first, third, and so far here in the fourth, he's been working ahead in counts. Laid up the first base line. The throw to first, not in time. Keener worked quickly, fielding that and that catcher spot, popping up and made a strong throw up the first base line, but there's only so much you can do against a player with that much speed, and Carson Atkins has speed to spare. He's on at first with the infield single. 6th hit of the day for the Hornets. And lineup card turns over for a third time. Lane back to the plate. Healthy lead off the first base bag for Atkins first. Fastball in for a strike to Lane. Lane wakes on the breaking pitch, skies it foul, left field side. 1 for 2 days so far for Cam Lane. Hit is an RBI single in the second. Make that a 2 RBI single. That brought around Neves and Alvenos. First 2 of the 6 to come around in the second. throw over. Atkins is back in time. Breaking ball, Lane hits it hard out to center field, but a leap, and it's over the head of Mitchell Salvino. Atkins rounding third. He'll score with ease. Lane upstanding at third. RBI triple makes it 7-2. Lynchburg out in front. And Mitchell Salvino, it's tough where the sun is at over Fox Field. That plays a factor, but also that was a line drive, and you don't know when it's going to start to make its decline and have gravity take a factor. Ultimately, it goes up and over the glove of Salvino, and once it gets past the center fielder, it's going to be a long roll towards the wall. A trip out towards the mound for Coach White, and this will seemingly mark the end of the day for Jack Cope. Long meeting on the mound. Perhaps we won't see a pitching change. And instead, 7-2. The next hitter coming to the plate is Logan Webster. He had an extra base hit his last time up. Lane over at third scored on a sac fly back in the second as well. So Webster can do it with a hit or via a productive out. Lynchburg looking to improve to 10-0 at home this season. Number 6 ranked team in the country. The Hornets have been stellar, but especially at home. And now a late signal from Coach White, and we will indeed have a pitching change. So we will step aside, and we will come back with a new arm for WNL. When we come back, you're watching the Generals and the Hornets on LHSN. John Raymond gets the call out of the Washington Lee bullpen. This becomes his second appearance on the season. Tossed a scoreless frame his first time out on the bump this season. Did not give up a hit. Did allow a base runner via a base on balls, no strikeouts, and that single inning outing. So Raymond comes out of the pen. He'll take on Webster and comes too far inside with the first pitch fastball and finds the shoulder of Logan Webster. And now there are runners at the corners for the Hornets. First hit batter of the day for Raymond, second overall for the Generals pitching staff. Webster, after getting the extra base hit his last time up, frustrated that he will not get an official AB. Instead, he trots up the first base line, stepping out in front of home plate. Jaden Keener relays first and third signs. This is a spot here with Washington lead down 5. We still have a lot of baseball to play, but can't anticipate. Webster is in motion to second. There's going to be a throwdown. Webster does take off, pump fake to second, and we will not see the throw to second. So Webster moves into scoring position. No contest. Infield plays in for the Generals. Looking to cut down a potential 8th run of the day for Lynchburg. Up and out of the zone to Jackson. 0 for 1 at an RBI sac fly as last time up, bringing home Cam Lane, who currently occupies third base. So history could repeat itself with a productive out for Lynchburg. 1-1, high and inside. Raymond up and over Jackson, who ducks out of the way. The wild pitch will bring around Cam Lane. It's now an 8-2 Hornets lead. Wild pitch also moves Webster up 90 feet. He now stands at third. Count swells to 3-1. Leg kick, Raymond. This is in that same vicinity. 5-pitch walk has Jackson aboard at first. So the first two to face Raymond have reached via the hit by pitch, then a walk. And once again, Keener relays first and third signs. Jackson, despite being a first baseman, does run well. So don't be surprised if we see something similar to what we saw start of Jackson's at-bat with Webster taking off. It could be the same, just with Neves at the plate and runner at first being Garrett Jackson. First pitch off the outside corner. Neves, 0 for 1 today. Also drawn a walk, came around to score. That was back in the second. 2 runs across here in the bottom of the fourth. Hornets ahead by 6. The first of 2 games we'll see this afternoon. High and inside once more from Raymond. This is where it can be difficult for any reliever. You're coming out of the pen and you're trying to throw pretty much at 100%. Looks like Raymond might be overthrowing just a little bit. Typically you'll see it from the right hand, miss up and inside or low and away to right-handed hitters, and that's pretty much where we've seen Raymond miss in the zone. That one down and outside in the dirt. That'll move Jackson into scoring position in second. Another wild pitch. Second already from Raymond. Should be noted he did not have a wild pitch in that first scoreless outing of the year. This one up and inside, and Neves takes the 4-pitch walk and walks up the first base line to load the bases. Third time the Hornets have had the bases juiced today. The RBI chance comes to the shoulders of P.J. Alvenos. Second baseman's 1 for 2. Single in the second, struck out in the third. First pitch of the at-bat, up and above the letters. 6 straight misses for Raymond. Now missing low and outside to lefty Alvenos. Hitters count 2 balls, no strikes. Not a great vantage point where we are in the press box, but it doesn't look like there's any activity currently for Washington Lee. So this does appear to be Raymond's inning to finish. Attacking the inside corner, and a called strike one to Alvenos. Close miss for Raymond, but this is off the outside corner nonetheless. Counts to 3-1. Low and outside once again. 5-pitch walk will bring in a run. Webster scores. Jackson up to third. Neves behind him at second. And Alvenos gets a ribby for his patient eye and is aboard at first. 3 consecutive walks and trip to the mound for Coach White. And Raymond will hand over the baseball, so we will take a moment to step aside. And when we come back, we'll tell you about the new arm for the Generals. You're watching Washington Lee and Lynchburg on LHSN. Stuart Long takes the mound for Washington and Lee. Junior from Missoula, Montana. Stands at 5'9", weighs about 190 pounds, and becomes the third pitcher today for the Generals. And it wasn't a long stint for John Raymond before him. Unable to record an out before he faced. All reached, hit by pitch, and then 3 consecutive walks. And he is responsible for the runners on the base pass, so his line is not final. Long set, misses high and outside. I'm talking more about Long. Missoula, Montana. How about this? No high school baseball, only Legion. So a little bit of a different approach for a player to be found in that type of setting. But Long, obviously, did enough to catch the eye of Coach Ted White and finds himself playing in one of the premier Division III conferences, especially for baseball inside the ODAC. Along with the signs, taking on Gavin Collins. It's 0 for 1, grounded out his last time up. Pretty breaking ball, drops in for a called strike 2. 6th appearance of the season for Stuart Long, 6.23 ERA through 4 1/3 worth of work. No strikeouts in the year, has issued 4 walks. Opponents hitting .375 against. Corners playing in for the Generals. Big breaking ball. Collins couldn't help but take a hack and goes down on strikes. punch out to start the day for Stewart, and that's a big second out to the inning for Washington at lead, looking to hold the damage at 3 runs across and keep it at a 9-2 score. As Ryan Long steps to the plate, I'll take the moment, apologize for some technical difficulties on our end. A little slow to get the graphics and move some cameras around. Do apologize, but now you're up and running, and hopefully you'll enjoy lots more baseball I'm bringing you this afternoon. In and out of the glove of Keener. Count starts at 0-1 for Long. Lynchburg shortstop, 1 for 2, had a 2 RBI single coming to the second. Works with the bases loaded. Jackson, the lead man, at third. Breaking pitch. Long drops it on the outside corner. It leads in the count 0-2. Long shakes off Keener a couple times. Now set. The 0-2. Wanted to go back to the curveball and gets a yellow light swing from Long. Becomes a foul ball up the first base line. Already 3 runs across for Lynchburg, and one swing of the bat could truly break open this game. 0-2, high and outside. Still a pitcher's count, ball and 2 strikes. You wonder what base knock hero could do for the confidence of Ryan Long. 156 average coming today. We talked about it, his first AB. One big game can turn it all around. Had the 2 RBI base knock that time up. Takes the breaking ball downstairs. Count even at 2. Long comes through in this spot. Got to think the mojo is high. Not only the Hornets shortstop, but for Lynchburg as a whole. 9 runs across on 7 hits. Got some help. Being patient at the plate, drawing walks. A couple hit by pitches in there as well. 2-2. Long skies it out towards right field. Couple steps in for Satterfield, who holds on and makes the grab for out number 3. The bases are left loaded, but also 3 runs come across for the number 6 team in the country, Lynchburg. And the Hornets now on front 9-2 as we step aside and come back with the top of the 5th from Fox Field. Ethan Zuleta to lead things off for Washington and Lee. Generals trailing by 7 as we have made it to the top of the 5th. Zach Potts looking to get through the frame and put himself in line for the win. Potts got 3 more runs from his offense in the home half of the 4th. First pitch to Zuleta is a bunt sent back to the screen. General shortstop 0 for 1 officially. Rejoined an E6, then came around to score. Back in the top of the 3rd. Ponce did give up a couple of singles last inning, but all told, after a rocky start to the top of the third, he has settled down nicely. On cue, the broadcaster Jinx kicks in, and Zuleta drives this one to center field. It starts off inning number 5 with a single.
Now batting, catcher number 10, Jaden Keener.
So Jaden Keeter back to the plate, 1 for 1. Start to the afternoon for the catcher. Keener also came around to score the second for the 2 runs at the top of the third. Not a large lead at first for Zuleta. The first pitch goes foul either way. Talked about this last time Zuleta was in the base pass. 3 for 7 on stolen base attempts so far this season. And Holden Fiedler, here's your scouting report. Got a cannon behind the plate. So I'm sure Washington Lee will be careful in their chances and when they want to run. Foul ball sent right towards the Generals' dugout, fortunately enough. All is well up the first base line. A line drive from Keener, foul up the first base line. Keener's putting together a handful of big games this year. Today becomes start number 10. Catcher already with 5 multi-hit showings. 1 against Averett, a couple against Brevard. Another at Hampton Sydney. Breaking ball down and away. Still a pitcher's count, 1 and 2. With the base knock already on the afternoon for Keener, and this could quickly turn into one of his hot showings at the plate. Every WNL going to need the offense right around midway through this contest. Hit hard to Collins at third. Throw to second in time. Relay to first. Completes the 5-4-3 double play. Hornets go around the horn. Base paths are cleared, and there are 2 down. Top half the 5th.
Now batting, right fielder number 23, Mason Satterfield.
9-hole hitter Mason Satterfield to the plate, and looking back to that 2-run top of the third, it was the same portion of the order coming to the plate for the Generals, 7-8-9. And in the third, first 2 reached via an error, then a single. Then it was an RBI base knock for Satterfield, who takes the first pitch in for a called strike. And we talked about it could be advantageous for a pitcher to face the bottom 3 of the order because you think favorable matchup. Sometimes if you're unable to get to that quick start of the inning, set down the first 2 maybe, then it becomes a daunting challenge as maybe the first 3, like in the third reach, and then the lineup card turns over. But here, with a double play, Potts has had the complete opposite. And now an out away for bringing a close to the inning, unscathed, and with a strikeout and the throw up the first base line, that's exactly what Potts gets. Strikeout, 2-3, third punch out of the day for the junior. Generals down in order. We're halfway through game 1 of our doubleheader. We'll step aside and come back with the bottom of the 5th on LHSN.
No runs, 1 hit, no errors.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the athletic training laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
Now batting.
Bottom of the fifth inning, 9-2 your score. Lynchburg out in front of the Generals, and Holden Fiedler steps to the plate. Looking to push runs across in the second consecutive inning. It'll be Fiedler, Atkins, and Lane. If that sounds familiar, that was the exact same three to start the home half of the fourth. Lynchburg sent 9 to the plate in the inning and brought 3 around. Pushed the ledger up to 7 where we are now. And Zach Potts faces the minimum in the top of the fifth. He's now in line for the win. And onto the home half of the frame. First pitch, high and outside from Stuart Long. Hitters count now 2 balls and no strikes. Fiedler 1 for 2. The single came in the second. He also scored in that inning and struck out his last time up. His leadoff man last inning. Two-seam fastball. Crosses over the plate on the inside corner. Counts a 2-1. In the air and out of play, first base side. So Stuart Long, third arm to be used today. And he comes on in relief for John Raymond. Never got to give you a finalized line. So he was responsible for the runners on. But Raymond, no official out recorded, no hits, 1 run allowed. It was earned. 3 walks, a hit batter, no strikeouts. Zuleta, nice backhand at short. Strong throw to first. An impressive 6-3 putout. Good way to start the bottom of the fifth for Stuart Long. And just in case I didn't give you the final line for Jack Cope, the starter today for Washington Lee, it was 3 1/3, giving up 7 hits, 8 runs, all of which are earned. He faced 19 batters, gave up 1 walk, and did have 3 strikeouts, all of which were forward-facing Ks, going down swinging, in other words. First pitch, breaking ball, in for a strike to Atkins. Center fielder 1 for 2. His single came last inning. Atkins coming off being named Conference Athlete of the Week for baseball, and he had an OPS north of 1,500. True video game type of production. And you talk about having a player that can swing it that well in the 9 spot. It does wonders trying to keep your offense moving forward. You don't have that bottom 3 of the order where you might hit a lull. You get to the 9 spot, and it doesn't get any easier as an opposing pitcher. Atkins shows bunt. That's how we reached last inning. Bunt single up the first base line. But now with the 2-2 count, bunt probably taken out of play. Another foul ball rolled back to the plate. And he talked about Carson Atkins' speed when he reached on that bunt single last inning. That comes on top of leading the way for the Hornets in extra base hits. 4 doubles, pair of triples, and a home run. Elevated fastball. They'll say Atkins was able to check his swing. We'll see a 3-2. It was certainly close. Peel up our first base line. Atkins will see a payoff pitch. But to continue my point, it's that combination of power plus the speed. That's naturally something you want to see in a hitter. And Atkins has really developed into something more than just speed-power combo. He fouls this one off. I mean, that's ultimately really what it comes down to, and that's easier said than done, but it's the biggest job really that college coaches have, is taking a player that coming out of high school may showcase some pop in their bat, and runs a good 60 time. Those are all great traits, but how can you make them a better hitter? How can you improve their approach? And Atkins now a senior. You can see the development from year 1 to now year 4. I mean, this at-bat would encapsulate that, right? Instead of chasing the high fastball, just enough, checked his swing, got to do a 3-2 count. Now a couple foul balls. He's putting up a good battle against Stuart Long. Another 3-2. Downstairs, and ultimately Atkins, patient approach, wins the battle, and is aboard at first. First walk issued by Long. 5th overall in the day, and that goes with a couple of hit batters on top of it. So you can think of it as 7 free passes issued up by Washington Lee. If you're wondering, that's the exact same total that Lynchburg has in the hit column as well. The Hornets are a good offense, and when you give them free passes, that only complicates the matter. Big lead for Atkins at first. Leads to a throw-over. He's back safely. Lineup card turns over once again. Cam Lane to the plate for the 4th time already. 2 for 3, 2 RBI single in the second, then the RBI triple last frame. Another toss to first. Atkins back safely. Lane came in the day with a .321 average, 4 doubles, 11 RBIs. Got 3 more today already, so push that number up to 14. And the average has gone up with it. Another throw over, and once again, Atkins is back safely. And talk about the offense that Lynchburg has put together this year. About 6 players hitting 300 or better. Jackson Harding hitting 300 even. He's a little banged up, got hurt midweek game against Averett. Once he's back, just another explosive player to put in the order. This pitch high and outside. Lane knew it immediately. His count is 1-1. And you have Riley O'Donovan, not in the lineup today. .320 average. Guy who could be a DH, catcher, first baseman. Probably see him in game 2. Cam Lane at the plate. Carson Atkins on at first. Logan Webster, extra base hit and an RBI today. He was hitting .385 before the doubleheader. And then Avery Neves, a name that you're familiar with Lynchburg, you are very familiar with. Check swing for Lane, becomes a foul ball, and now a pitcher's count. You're talking about a punch out here for Stuart Long and the wonders that would do. Be a big second out, put down a ever dangerous bat as the numbers would suggest. And Logan Webster, nothing to scoff at on deck, but second out goes a long way, trying to put up a 0 next to that Lynchburg line. Atkins takes off, pitches high and outside. The throw to second, not in time. I mean, where that pitch missed, it's essentially a throw out or a pitch out, and it still wasn't enough to catch Atkins. See Lucas Jones up the third base line. Keeping tabs on Atkins at second. If Atkins scores, it's the 10th run of the game for the Hornets. Breaking ball in on the hands to Lane. Fights it out towards shallow center field, and it's down. Atkins rounds third and will score. Not all base hits have to go far. Lane finds a soft spot in the defense in the RBI single. 4th ribby on the day already for Cam Lane, and Carson Atkins touches home plate, and the lead now 10-2 Hornets out in front of the Generals. 3 for 4 now for Lane. He's aboard at first with Webster stepping back to the plate. 1 for 2 officially. He was hit by a pitch his last time up. First pitch breaking ball. Drops in at the belt. Not a large lead at first for Lane. He's 5 for 5 on stolen base attempts this season. Another foul ball makes it a pitcher's count, 0-2. Wind is picking up, blowing out towards right center field. Currently, right around 70 degrees. Sun's out, partly cloudy. That all translates to a beautiful day for baseball in Lynchburg, Virginia. Beautiful breaking ball on top of it. Freezes Webster, and he goes down via the backwards K. Second strikeout for Stuart Long.
Now batting, first baseman number 21, Garrett Jackson.
We were talking about with Cam Lane at the plate how big that second out would be to put up a 0. Well, Lane got the RBI single, but the second out And the strikeout against Webster goes a long way to hold the damage at just 1 as Zuletta fields at short. The throw to first is in time to retire Garrett Jackson with just 1 pitch. Another run comes across, and the Hornets have now reached double digits and lead 10-2. We'll step aside and come back with the top of the 6th on LHSN.
Bottom of the fifth.
Hi, Mara Willis. How are you? Pretty good.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something, it becomes a family. It doesn't matter how long ago you had your professor, they still remember you and they remember all of the hard work that you put in. They're always there for you and they always want to do the best that they can to help you succeed. Here you learn how to love one another regardless of what's going on or what you believe. You leave here better than what you came in. It's what this school's really good at doing.
Top of the order comes to plate for the Generals as Luke Erdman comes to plate 0 for 2 with a strikeout and then grounded into a double play. Back in the third, after Erdman comes Zach Perkins, then Chapin Bassi. First pitch of the 6th, misses outside. Still Zach Potts out on the bump. And after missing the zone, Potts up to 56 pitches a day. So the pitch count certainly in a great spot. And considering it is a doubleheader, I'm sure Coach Luke Jones and Associate Head Coach Travis Beasley love to see Potts travel far into this one. Shallow right field, catch is made by Garrett Jackson. Erdman goes down for out number 1.
Now batting, left fielder number 4.
And when you look at Potts' stat line so far, just 3 strikeouts. I mean, he's been able to have a lot of success while pitching to soft contact. He's given up 5 hits, but they've all been singles. And onto ground balls, including a couple double plays. And to further that point, by my scoring, no fly ball outs until a pop out a minute ago, and this fly ball out to left field, which is gathered by Neves for out number 2. So including the pop out to start the inning, just 4 fly ball pop out outs so far today for Potts. Everything else been on the ground. Bassi looks to keep the inning alive. First pitch he sees on the outside corner for a called strike. 5 2/3. This becomes the longest start of the season for Zach Potts. The 2 runs he's surrendered, should be noted, unearned. Ground ball to Collins at third. Throw to first in time for out number 3. And it's consecutive 1, 2, 3 innings tossed by Zach Potts. He is certainly in a groove. We'll step aside and come back with the bottom of the 6th. Hornets lead the Generals 10-2.
I was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique. Their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
Bottom of the sixth inning, it's still Stuart Long on the bump for the Generals, looking to keep it at an 8-run difference between Lynchburg and Washington and Lee. First hitter he'll face is Avery Neves. Delivers the first pitch, breaking ball in for strike one. Hornets in line for win number 5 in a row against the Generals after sweeping both doubleheaders in the 2021 season. Lynchburg picked to win the ODAC. Washington and Lee picked to finish 7th in the preseason poll. Good miss for Long, but a miss nonetheless. Count now to 2-1. Pitch left up and above the letters. Hitters count now. 3 balls and a strike. And this is a dangerous spot. Neves already drawn a pair of walks and 3-1 to start the inning. Don't want to give up a leadoff walk, but there's a whole lot of damage Neves can do swinging it. See what Long wants to do here. Misses down and outside. Let me know. Do you think unintentional, intentional walk? That's where my mind goes. Second base on balls issued by Long. And Neves draws his 3rd walk of this game already. And that'll happen when you're coming into a game with a .413 average and 16 RBIs already on a season, with 6 extra base hits to go with it. Right on left matchup, Alvenos stepping to the plate. First a toss to first. Neves is 5 for 4 on stolen base attempts this season. Has a good lead. 2-seam fastball, clips the outside corner. That pitch really deadly, and he's right on left spots, tailing away from the hands of a lefty like Alvenos. Lead to a line of ground ball outs, and that would be exactly what you want here if you're a Generals fan watching. Alvenos has swung it well today. 1 for 2, also has an RBI walk. That was in his last plate appearance. Breaking ball left well off the outside corner. Count evens at 1. So following this contest, we'll have game 2 of the Twin Bill. Roughly 30 minutes or so after game 1 comes to its conclusion. We'll have 9 more innings of baseball, and we're excited to see the pitching matchup in that contest. Lynchburg looking to make it a 4-0 start to conference play. They get both games against Washington and Lee. Meanwhile, the Generals come to the day 3-3 in conference action. Right around the middle of the pack so far. A lot of conference baseball left to play this season. Two. Breaky ball, Alvenos underneath it. Sends it to right field. Satterfield, couple steps in, makes a grab for out number 1. Alvenos had a beat on it. Looks like just got a little underneath it. Even sounded like the barrel hit it. But again, didn't square it up. 1 on 1 down for Gavin Collins, third baseman. Still looking for his first hit today. 0 for 2. Was hit by pitch. Came around to score in the second. Breaking ball again for Long. Snap throw up the first base line. Not in time to catch Neves. And with Collins at the plate, he becomes the first player for Lynchburg to see Long for a second time. We've already seen a lot of that breaking pitch for Stuart Long. Very much embracing the backwards approach, but we'll see that change now, second time through the lineup card, so to speak. Neves takes off before the pitch is thrown. Throw down to second. Nowhere near in time. 6th swipe bag of the year for Neves. Now an RBI opportunity for Collins. Hitters count 2 balls and no strikes. The catcher Keener sets up on the outside corner. Pitch misses on the inside part of the plate, but Collins skies it, shallow left field. Right on the fringe of the infield dirt and outfield grass. There to make the catch is Ethan Zuleta for the second out, home half the 6th. And a pitch hitter coming to the plate for Lynchburg. In the place of Ryan Long, this will be number 25, Josh Jorman. So the first time we get to see Jorman this afternoon. It's become Jorman's first official AB on the season. First pitch, in for a called strike. We have seen Jorman take the field. Pitched 1/3 of an inning so far this season in his lone appearance. Infielder and a pitcher, junior from Oak Hill, Virginia. Falls behind in the count, 0-2. Is still holding Fiedler in the on-deck circle for Lynchburg. If Jorman's able to reach. Letter high, skied foul. Let's do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jorman had 15 ABs over 24 games played a season ago. 5 RBIs, 6 walks to 1 strikeout. Average only at 133. And going back to 2019-2020, it was a 250 average. Through 12 at-bats. Breaking ball, Jorman way out in front of it. Sends it foul up the first base line. Wind's been blowing all game long, really kicking up now. Home half the 6th inning. Advantageous for left-handed hitters like Jorman at the plate. Long misses outside. Count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Long is still ahead in the count. Looking for the final out to inning number 6. Breaking ball. And a good eye for Jorman. 2's across the scoreboard. 2-2 count. 2 down. Runner on at second in the form of Avery Neves. And with 2 down in the inning, he's running on contact. Hit to the outfield almost certainly. Brings home the 11th run of the day for Lynchburg. 2-2. Shallow center field and down for a base knock. Neves upstanding. RBI single for Josh Jorman. His first hit of the season makes it 11-2. Lynchburg in the driver's seat. Holden Fiedler will come to the plate.
Now batting, catcher number 23.
Catcher's 1 for 3. That hit came back in the second. So you look through the first 3 innings for Lynchburg. It was going down in order in the first, 1, 2, 3. 6 runs in the second, and then put down in order in the third. Since then, 3 in the fourth, a run across in the 5th, and now again in the 6th. And Lynchburg, especially playing at home, feels like the offensive production is just so consistent. Putting on runs in 6 of their 8 chances at the plate. 7 of the 9. Something along those lines. Just feels like there's always an opportunity, and the Hornets, especially when playing on Fox Field, been able to take advantage of them and just provide consistent offense, which you do that with a pitching staff with a 3.59 ERA, 10.5 strikeouts per 9 innings, you'll be a good baseball team. Skied up and out of play behind home plate. It's not an overly large lead for Jorman at first. Pitch is down and outside. Keener does a good job keeping the baseball in front of him. There was a left-handed arm up and throwing for Washington and Lee. That may well be a potential replacement for Stuart Long, but should also be noted that Lynchburg and Washington Lee, game one of a doubleheader, so that lefty might be someone getting loose for the second game of our doubleheader. Fifth appearance of the season for Stuart Long. Looking to get out of the sixth. Ground ball up the middle and past Ethan Zuleta into center field. And Holden Fiedler will extend inning number 6. Back-to-back base knocks brings up the 9-hole hitter and center fielder Carson Atkins. 10th hit of the day for the Hornets. Second for Fiedler. Atkins is officially 1 for 2 today. Also drew a walk. That was in his last plate appearance. Come around to score twice in this contest. First pitch swinging. A little behind on the fastball. Shoots it foul. Corners playing in for WNL. Middle infield, not necessarily in double play depth. They're certainly playing to the pull side of Atkins. Deep in the hole at short is Zuleta. Behind second base is Bassi. Breaking ball down in the dirt. Count to 1-1 for Atkins. One misses off the outer half. And talking about Carson Atkins, the hit in this contest makes it a 4-game hit streak for the center fielder. And furthermore, hits in 10 of his last 11 games played. Pitch just misses the inside corner. 3-1 the count now. Fastball pump past Atkins. Long, a pitch away from holding the damage at a single run. 3-2 count. Runners will be in motion. Hornets ahead by 9. Hit to the outfield will see that lead reach double digits. Three-two. Down the right field line. Satterfield ranges over, won't be able to get to it. Lands in the Washington Elite bullpen. Do it again once more at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Atkins reaches. Cam Lane is in the on-deck circle. We'll see the leadoff man for Lynchburg at least one more time. Three-two, outer half. Atkins comes up empty on the swing. Big strikeout for Stuart Long. Damage held at 1 run across, but it becomes the 3rd consecutive inning. Lynchburg puts a run on the board, and now the Hornets find themselves up 11-2 over Washington and Lee. We'll step aside and come back with the top of the 7th from Fox Field.
If I'm walking around over on the crowd side, I always hear someone yelling, "Hey Nat, take our picture! Hey Nat, get this!" or something, or "Hey Nat, you got that shot?" Like, so I'm always like trying to photograph the crowds and my friends calling my name. I think sports at Lynchburg unifies us as a whole. No matter what background we come from, what differences we have, and what experience we've experienced through our lives, it brings us all together and we have one goal, which is to win. As a photographer, I definitely get to capture the emotion and the feel and the atmosphere of what's going on during the games and what's happening in the crowd and with the fans. We have hugely dedicated fans here at Lynchburg. They come out whether it's rain, snow, sleet, windy, no matter what. Like, they will come out and support their team and cheer them on. They will sit through anything. It's just, it brings us all together as one.
Top of the 7th inning and some defensive changes for Lynchburg. We saw Josh Jorman get a pinch hit opportunity, hitting for Ryan Long. Jorman is over at first base with Garrett Jackson flipping from one corner to the other. He's now at the hot corner at third, and Zach Collins slides over from third to play short. And as Jorman hit for Ryan Long, he is the player absent from the diamond currently. Mitch Salvino lead things off. The first pitch to general center fielder misses outside. It's an 0-for-2 day for Salvino. This pitch finds the outside corner. Count now 1-1. Pitch count at 61 for Potts through 6+ innings tossed now. 3 strikeouts, no walks, and that really is a big factor to why the pitch count has been able to stay in a healthy spot. Now a 1-2 count. After Salvino is Brian Wickman and Drew Larson. Only 5 hits today for Washington and Lee, and really the top of the order has been absent so far for the Generals. Breaking ball and a beautiful one at that for Potts. Gets Salvino reaching, and he becomes strikeout number 4 for Potts. And with Brian Wickman at the plate, we'll say if you want to look at the top 5, I'll cheat. Let's go top 6 of the Generals order. How about 2 hits to this point in the game? Both coming in the 4th, one from Bassie and then one from Wickman. Breaking ball, outer half. Wickman knew it was a strike immediately, and the count starts at 0-1. And looking at the 1 through 6 part of the order, how about 2 for 16 to this point of the game for Washington and Lee? Foul ball up the right field line. You want to compare that to 1 through 6 for Lynchburg. It is a drastically different story. Just by eyeing the sheet, not even doing the math. 4 walks, 2 hit by pitches. That's more base runners by 3 times as much as what we've seen from Washington Lee in that 1 through 6 portion of the order. Cam Lane himself, leadoff man. He's got 4 RBIs, doubling up the hit total for that 1 through 6 portion. And another strikeout now for Zach Potts, getting back to how stellar he's looked on the mound today. And all that to say, you're going to have a good pitching successful day, taking care of business 1 through 6. That is a really impressive way of getting it done, especially against a team that held a .320 average coming into this contest. This is no slouch of a Washington Lee offense. Potts been able to handle himself against the top of a lineup. It certainly has plenty of pop and run scoring potential, so hats off to the junior. Second team all-conference last year. 2-0 count to the DH, Drew Larson, 0 for 2. Retired 4-3, then 4 unassisted. His second time up. It's just misses off the outside corner. Count goes to 3-0. Misses the zone, and for the first time today, Zach Potts issues a free pass. Larson aboard at first, and also breaks the stretch of 7 in a row. Retired by the righty. Larson on at first. Ethan Zuleta steps to the plate, the shortstop. 1 for 2. Hit came his last time up in the 5th. Potts attacks on the inside corner. Fastball. Starts to count at 0-1. For today's game, Zuleta at .349 average. 15 hits through 43 ABs. Waits on this pitch on the outer half. Drives it the other way, and it's down for a base knock. Adjacent to the right field line. Rounding third, Larson will head home and score. RBI double for Ethan Zuleta makes it an 11-3 ball game. Nice piece of hitting there for Zuleta. Let the pitch get deep. Didn't try to do too much with it. Drives it the other way. Gets the extra base hit for his efforts. Now stands in scoring position at second. Jaden Keener coming to the plate. 1 for 2. Last time up, grounded into a 5-4-3 double play. And that becomes the first earned run against Zach Potts' line today. The 2 that he gave up in the 3rd were both unearned due to an E6 to lead things off in that inning. Breaking pitch just misses off the outside corner. Nice take for Keener. The advantage of being a catcher, knowing the strike zone. Keener used that to his advantage. Out in front to start this AB. (1-0) crosses by, moves the count to 1-1. And talk more about the double down the right field line for Zuleta. Might have been aided by the wind. I've mentioned that a handful of times from this broadcast. Up to 17 miles an hour going southwest. That's basically right out towards right field here at Fox Field. And kind of amazing that ball stayed in given the gusts. As you see head coach Ted White, just like Luke Jones in his 5th year leading this program for the Generals. Watches his catcher take a breaking pitch, low and outside. Count even at 2-2. Talking more about Ted White, 17th head coach in program history. And he had Washington Lee last season, 10-15, 9-13 in conference play. Looking for a bounce-back season. Trying to get back to where they were at the start of the 2020 campaign, about 10-4. Only 3-2 in conference play, but the overall record signified there might have been a little bit more on the horizon there for the Generals. Going back to 2019, it was a 14-20 record. Another losing record the year prior in 2018 as well. Coach White looking for his first full season with a winning record. Generals 8-7 coming into the doubleheader. Full count to Keener. If he reaches, 9-hole man and right fielder Mason Satterfield is the on-deck bat. Payoff pitch. Hit in and out of the glove of Fiedler. We'll do it again at 3-2. Zuleta has good speed. He'll be running on contact. So hit to the outfield could make it a 2-run top of the 7th for the Generals. Throw to first in time, and Keener becomes out number 3. Just one run across for the Generals via the RBI double from Ethan Zuleta, making it an 11-3 score. We're stepping aside, coming back with the bottom of the 7th in the Fox Field. Hornets out in front of the Generals.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. 100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it.
Pinch hitter comes to the plate for Lynchburg. It's Ethan Moratsky stepping to the dish, and will go toe-to-toe with Matt Fleming, the new pitcher out of the pen for the Generals. Southpaw deals. First pitch misses downstairs. So with Ethan Moratsky at the plate, hitting for Cam Lane. Takes this pitch. That comes too far inside. And Moratsky aboard via the hit by pitch. Leadoff man on for the Hornets, looking to get the run back they gave up in the top of the 7th. Logan Webster had an RBI double back in the 2nd. 1 for 2 on the day all told, also been hit by pitch. Moratsky becomes the 3rd Hornet. Be plunked by an offering today. Webster waits on that pitch, drives it out towards left field. Caught the end of the bat, however, so Zach Perkins tracks back and makes the grab for out number 1. One on, one down for Garrett Jackson. Started the game over at first. Has shifted then to play third. That's where we saw him in the top half this inning. Talking more about Matt Fleming, first-year player from Houston, Texas. Went to St. John's High School. And this becomes his 6th appearance of the season. Throws over to first. Moratsky back in time. Moratsky, a sophomore. Good-sized lead, and it's always tough to run on these lefties. It's even more confident to get a big lead against one. That's exactly what Moratsky's doing now. Fastball tails off the outside corner. Numbers for Fleming. He's pitched 5 1/3. The ERA sits at 8.44. Has 2 strikeouts to 1 walk. His longest outing has been an inning and a third, so this might not be the last call to the pen for the Generals. See how they try to manage that staff. As obviously, we're here in the bottom of the 7th, and after this game, we got 9 more innings of action between these two teams. Pitch finds the outside corner. Count in the favor of Fleming at 1-2. Large lead for Moratsky at first. To take off in a 2-strike count. Breaking ball. Here comes a fly ball out towards right field. Back to the track. Satterfield with a beat on it. Makes a grab for out number 2. Loud contact for Jackson, but he's retired.
Now batting.
And now 0 for 3 on the day
Avery.
is the corner infielder for the Hornets. Neves back to the plate. 0 for 1, 3 walks. And that is a cleanup hitter type of stat line. If you've ever seen it. Swings the first pitch, takes the fastball and hits it off the end of the bat and out of play, right field side. It's looking at more of Avery Neves' number. We talked about a 413 average coming in today. That's great. It's really solid. A 571 OBP. And that goes to his patient approach at the plate, drawing walks. Fights this one up the third base line, just goes foul. Was fair about 85 feet of the way up the line. Crosses foul at the last moment. Talking more about Neves. 652 slugging percentage to lead the way for Lynchburg. And it's that with a team best or team second best 14 walks. It's a scary combo. Breaking pitch down to the dirt. And again, a ton of credit has to go to Coach Lucas Jones and Lynchburg baseball program overall. We talked about with Carson Atkins at the plate. I can certainly see where Avery Neves is a kid coming out of high school. He's now in his junior season, where you see, wow, a lot of pop, good base running ability. How do we get the most out of this? And it's by changing his approach, having to be more patient. I think there's something behind the no batting gloves, something about that old school look. Line drive, makes it past Erdman at third, and into left field. First hit of the day for Avery Neves. 11th for Lynchburg as a squad. Now 2 runners on with 2 down. Baratsky moves into scoring position at second base through the base knock. And P.J. Alvanos steps to the plate. 1 for 3 days so far for the second baseman. Also had an RBI walk back in the 4th. Left on left matchup. First pitch. In for a strike. Neither runner being held on. There's a lot of near Moratsky at second. Breaking pitch. Drops well off the outside corner. Line is final for Stuart Long. Already went through 2 2/3, gave up 3 hits, 2 earned runs, had 3 strikeouts, 2 swinging, 1 looking, and 2 walks issued. Over the head of Zuleta, into left center field. Baratsky will score with ease. The throw goes to second. RBI base knock for P.J. Alvanos, his second hit and his second RBI on the afternoon. Lynchburg ahead 12-3.
Now batting. Third baseman, number 15, Gavin Collins.
Gavin Collins back to the plate. First pitch swinging, breaking ball goes foul, third base side. 0 for 3 showing so far for Collins. Now playing shortstop for the Hornets. Reached his first time up through a hit by pitch. But since then, it's been a ground out to third, strikeout, and a pop out to short. And Collins coming off a stellar season a year ago. Was named Freshman of the Year for the ODAC. Started this season hitting that 3 spot. Has shifted down on the lineup card a little bit due to his slow start. Think about what Lynchburg's been able to do offensively so far this season, and that's with Holden Fiedler still right around 220. Gavin Collins below the Mendoza line. Ryan Long hitting 156. A lot of these numbers are going to take a step in the right direction for Lynchburg, and the question gets, or has to be asked, how good does this offense get? Tough play for Erdman to make it third. It's an RBI single for Gavin Collins. Avery Neves comes around. The throw goes to third. And they will say the run does count. Neves touched home plate a beat before Alvenos was thrown out at third base. RBI single for Gavin Collins brings about the second run in the bottom of the seventh. Lynchburg out in front 13-3. We're stepping aside, coming back with the top of the eighth.
Look what you're missing. It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Welcome back to Fox Field. Pitching change for Lynchburg comes as the off man is Mason Satterfield. For Washington Lee. 0-1 count to start to Satterfield. Carter Whitman on the bump right now for Lynchburg. Apologies for my delay. So Whitman stands the bump after 7 strong innings. Tossed by starter Zach Potts. 6 hits, 3 runs, only 1 of which was earned, 1 walk to 5 strikeouts. So you can take that any day of the week. Tipped in and out of the glove of Fiedler. 1-2 count now. And Potts, of course, in line for the win. We'll get a quality start with it. 10-run advantage for Lynchburg. Whitman winds, fires. It's a missed bat. Throw up the first base line in time for out number 1. I beg your pardon. This is still Zach Potts still on the bump. 28, 26. Those numbers tricked me. This is still Zach Potts on the mound.
Hitting for Washington and Lee, number 17, Mike Carpenter.
After Satterfield becomes strikeout number 6 with the 2-3 assist on top of it. Hitting the place of Luke Erdman. A pinch hitter for Washington Lee, number 17, Mike Carpenter. Carpenter sends this one foul up the first base line. Count even at 1-1. Carpenter so far this season, 176 average, 3 hits through 17 ABs. Sends this one foul back to the screen. Pitchers count 1 and 2. Again, I apologize. I think Zach Potts had left the mound. That last pitch becomes number 86 on this day. So this could be the end of the line for Potts, but also up by 10. We see the complete game put together by Potts. Breaking ball, fouled off by Carpenter, trying to put together a fight. Another 1-2. Another breaking ball. Yellow light swing. And Carpenter becomes strikeout victim number 7 against Zach Potts, and out number 2 to the top of the 8th.
Now batting, left fielder number 4, Zach Perkins.
Potts has been good from start to finish, but as this game has gone on, he has aged like fine wine, gotten better as we have progressed. And now a chance to get yet another 1-2-3 inning of work. Faced the minimum through the first 2 innings. Had another 1-2-3 frame in the 6th. And a chance to garner another here in inning number 8. Heading the count 0-1 to Perkins. Then misses down and inside to even the count. Zach Perkins been out in left field. 0 for 3 so far. A line out, ground out, and a fly out. Potts misses off the outside corner to make it 2-1. Longest outing prior today for Potts, 5 1/3. He is certainly stretched out beyond that today. Just the 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts to 1 walk. Has this one go back up the middle and through to center field. Perkins gets his first hit of the day. And Potts will not have his 4th 1-2-3 frame. Instead, he'll face at least one more in the form of Chapin Bassey. Second baseman's 1 for 3 today. Pair of ground outs to third and a single coming in the 4th. First pitch swinging and into left center field. Collins laid out. Ground ball made it just past his outstretched glove. Single. Moves Perkins all the way up to third. Now runners at the corners with 2 down, and Mitchell Salvino back to the plate.
Now batting, center fielder number 21, Mitchell Salvino.
Salvino 0 for 3 to this point in the game. Fly out and a pair of strikeouts. First pitch of the AB, breaking ball, outside corner, called strike 1. Salvino takes this one down and outside. It was a .341 average before today's game for the center fielder. Hit here could give him RBI number 10 on the season. Fiedler sets up in the outside corner. Potts finds the inside corner instead. Pitchers count 1-2. Lynchburg defense plays straight away against the cleanup bat. Slider. And on the hands of Salvino. Fights it off. Let's see another pitch. There was an arm up and throwing for Lynchburg. Pitch count for Potts at 95. This may well be his final pitch of the day. Breaking ball, cut on and miss, held on by Fiedler. If that is the last pitch Potts throws, could have asked for much more. Breaking ball becomes strikeout number 8 on the day. 2 runners left on and a 0 put next to the Washington and lead line for the 6th time today by Zach Potts. We're stepping aside, coming back with the bottom of the 8th between Washington Lee and Lynchburg. Josh Dorman, Holden Fiedler, Carson Atkins scheduled to play for Lynchburg. One defensive change to catch you up on for Washington and Lee. Staying out to play third is Mike Carpenter. He pinch hit for Erdman. And Carpenter slots in directly for Erdman in the lineup and defensively. First pitch of the frame for Fleming. Letter high and a called strike one. Jordan picked up an RBI single when he first made his appearance in this contest. Pinch hitting for Ryan Long. And in that AB, Jordan had to battle back from down the count. He trails the count 0-2 once again. Slaps it into center field. Ranging in, the catch is made by Salvino for out number one.
Now batting.
Holden Fiedler is coming to the plate.
Holden Fiedler.
Fiedler, 2 for 4 today. Had a single his last time up. First time getting to work against Matt Fleming. Fourth pitcher today for the Generals. Inning in the third match is the longest outing of the season for Fleming. Southpaw attacks the inside corner. Count even at 1-1. Pitcher's count now, ball and 2 strikes. One, two, breaking ball, down in the dirt. Evens the count at 2-2. Fleming in his first frame of action did give up a pair of runs, and here gives up third of the day for Holden Fiedler. That pitch caught too much of the plate in a 2-count setting. Fiedler makes him pay and is aboard at first.
Now batting.
1-on-1 down for Eddie Gimble, pinch hitter for Lynchburg. Gimble hitting the spot of Carson Atkins, who has his day end at 1 for 3. Gimble, a sophomore from Culpeper, Virginia, went to Highland High School. Fleming gets the call. Count to 0-2. Breaking ball. Hit hard and under the glove of Mike Carpenter at third. It'll be ruled a single for Gimble. Fiedler moves up to second. Gimble aboard with the base knock behind him at first. Lineup card turns over, and we'll see Ethan Moratsky
Now batting. Right fielder.
return to the plate for a second time.
Ethan Moratsky.
Moratsky was hit by a pitch against the first pitch he saw last inning. And he was the first hitter to face Matt Fleming. Sends this one to right center, and it's down for a base knock in front of Satterfield. Rounding third, Fiedler. Upstanding RBI base knock for Ethan Moratsky. Makes it a 14-3 Lynchburg lead.
Now batting. DH number 6. Logan Webster.
Logan Webster back to the plate. Flew out to left field his last time up. First pitch to Webster. Finds the zone. Count starts at 0-1. It's 1 for 4 showing, for Webster. That hit an RBI double back in the second. Since then, he's been hit by a pitch, struck out looking, and then, as I alluded to, flew out to left field. Webster waits on this one. Drive out to left field. In front of the warning track, Zach Perkins there to make the grab for out number 2. Loud contact for Webster. But down on flyouts to left for the second consecutive inning.
Now batting, third baseman number 21.
Webster flashes a smile as he passes Garrett Jackson on his way to the right-hand batter's box. Jackson without a hit today, 0 for 3. Has an RBI sac fly, also drawn a walk. Two-seamer from Fleming. This is up above the letters. Quick glance to second. Fleming to the plate. Leaves the fastball down and inside. Here's count, 2-0. Lynchburg's been able to score runs in all but 2 innings today. They went down 1-2-3 in the first and the third. The RBI single for Ethan Moraski solidified. Runs across in 6 of the 8 innings at the plate for the Hornets. Talked about earlier in the broadcast, that type of offensive consistency is something to marvel at. And then when you have a starter going 8 strong with a 1-earned run, yeah, that's a pretty solid start to a doubleheader. Slow roller, third base line, makes its way into foul territory. Do it again at 2-2. Fleming going to get through inning number 2 of his afternoon. Lynchburg with a chance to tack on to their 11-run advantage. And there was an arm up and throwing for the Hornets in the bullpen. It was number 43, Angel Collazo. 2-2, breaking ball, cut on and missed. Jackson down on strikes and now 0 for 4 on the day. Strikeout number 1 of the day for Fleming. 2 runners left on, but another run comes around to score through an RBI single from Ethan Moratsky. 14-3 your score as we step aside and come back with the top of the 9th from Fox Field. Pitching change as we head to the top of the ninth inning. Baylor Comby comes out of the pen. We did see Angel Collazo up and throwing, but it's Comby getting the call from the pen and looking to close things down as Washington lead down to their final 3 outs. Send a pinch hitter to the plate. Number 18, Luke Seipel, hitting the place of Brian Wickman. Comey works exclusively from the stretch, deals fastball to start his day, fields his position, underhand toss to first, in time to retire Seipel for out number 1.
Now pinch hitting, number 18, Luke Seipel.
All right, beg your pardon. That was Wickman that grounded out 1-3. This is now Luke Seipel. And another pinch hitter potentially coming to the plate in the on-deck circle. First pitch to Seipel, outside corner, and a called strike 1. Frankie Maloof is the man on deck. Sent to second. Alvenos tosses to first for out number 2.
Now pinch hitting for the Generals.
So Frankie Maloof
Frankie Maloof.
gets his first AB of the contest. Ends the day for Ethan Zuleta, who went 2 for 3. One time he was quote-unquote retired. He reached on an E6. So a productive day at the plate for Zuleta. May well see him in game 2. But now, Maloof steps to the dish. First pitch swinging. Comby continues to pound the strike zone with a lot of fastball accuracy. And the count 0-1. This becomes third appearance of the season for Baylor Comby. Ahead in the count 0-2. Generals down to their final strike. Second AB of the season for Maloof. Searching for his first hit of the year. The 0-2. Slider down and outside. Appeal up the first base line. Says that Maloof was able to check his swing. One, two. Slider breaks off the outside corner. Two's across the scoreboard. 2-2 count and 2 away. Comby deals fastball, finds the outside corner, and Maloof goes down looking. Backwards K, an emphatic way to close out game number 1 of our doubleheader. Lynchburg comes out on top, winning 14-3. Zach Potts picks up the win. Starter for Washington and Lee, Jack Cope, will get the loss. No save. Give it out. And we will take a quick break and come back in about 30 or so minutes for game 2 of our twin bill. Hope to have you stick around for back half of our doubleheader. You're watching twin bill contest between the Hornets, Lynchburg, and the Generals of Washington and Lee.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the athletic training laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic in Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
Here's to life and here's to Lynchburg, to the years we spent together. I don't know when or how we gathered, but I know I'm home. So here's to love and here's to the heartache, all the laughter, every mistake. I don't know how our lives will be changed, but here I am home. Here I'm home.
If I'm walking around over on the crowd side, I always hear someone yelling, "Hey Nat, take our picture. Hey Nat, get this," or something, or "Hey Nat, you got that shot?" Like, so I'm always like trying to photograph the crowds and my friends calling my name. I think sports at Lynchburg unifies us as a whole. No matter what background we come from, what differences we have, and what experience we've experienced through our lives, it brings us all together and we have one goal, which is to win. As a photographer, I definitely get to capture the emotion and the feel and the atmosphere of what's going on during the games and what's happening in the crowd and with the fans. We have hugely dedicated fans here at Lynchburg. They come out whether it's rain, snow, sleet, windy, and no matter what, like they will come out and support their team and cheer them on. They will sit through anything. It's just, it brings us all together as one.
Welcome back to Fox Field. Time for game 2 of our doubleheader. Nick Matfield takes the bump for Lynchburg and takes on Luke Erdman to get us underway in the tail half of our twin bill. Lynchburg takes game 1 14-3. One pitch, and it's put up in the middle. PJ Alvanos ranges over the throw to first in time to retire Erdman for out number 1. And quickly we are underway. Lynchburg now 13-3 on the season, 3-0 against conference foes, and Washington Lee now sits at 8-8 on the season and 4-5 inside conference play. Chapin Bassey steps to the plate for first time in game 2. We'll see him back out at second base in the home half this inning. Matfield deals fastball at the knees for a called strike 1. Breaking pitch just misses outside. So a 1-1 count to Bassey. So I'm in the 3 spot in game 1. Went 2 for 4. Pair of singles. Breaking pitch. Low and outside. On the year, this becomes the 5th start of the season for Nick Matfield. He's tossed 19 frames. Opponents are hitting 147 against. 20 strikeouts to 5 walks. Really strong strikeout to walk ratio. 2-1. Down and inside. Matfield, though, falls behind in the count here. 3-1. Lynchburg swept Washington Lee in both doubleheaders last season. Looking to do the same this afternoon. Fastball outside corner, and the count runs full. After Bassey will be the center fielder, Mitcher Salvino. And if any of either Bassey or Salvino reach, the cleanup man is Zach Perkins. Payoff pitch, sent to short, backing it by Long. Throw across the diamond in time to retire Bassey for out number 2.
Now batting, center fielder number 21, Mitchell Salvino.
So Salvino to the plate. For today's doubleheader, about a .341 average. Cooled off a bit in game 1, went 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts. Against the starter, Zach Potts. Here, half-hearted swing, breaking ball. Comes up empty. Count starts at 0-1. Sent foul. Riley O'Donovan behind the plate. The catching duties today for Matfield. (0-2). Back to the curveball for Matfield. Leaves it outside. It's going back to Zach Potts in game 1. How about 8 strong, 8 hits, 3 runs, only 1 of which is earned, 1 walk. With 8 strikeouts, he picked up the win in the front end of our doubleheader. No easy thing to follow up if you're Nick Matfield, but Lynchburg gets another pitching performance like that. The Hornets will be in a good spot. Breaking ball, cut on and missed. It's a 1-2-3 start to the day with Matfield getting a punch out to cap it all off. We'll step aside and come back with the home half of the first to get our first look at the Lynchburg offense.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the athletic training laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, You'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
Welcome back. Home half of the first inning. Lynchburg will send Cam Lane, Logan Webster, and Garrett Jackson to the dish to get things underway on the offensive side. And they'll go toe-to-toe with Thomas Holler, left-handed starter, taking the bump for Washington and Lee. And this becomes his 6th appearance of the season, his 6th start. 23 innings have been tossed. Opponents are hitting .289 against, 20 strikeouts to 6 walks. All that amounts to a 6.26 ERA on the season for Holler. Lane chops it over to first. Holler covering the bag. Won't get there in time. Infield single for Cam Lane, and Lynchburg wastes no time corralling their first hit on the ball game. And Logan Webster in the 2 spot and the DH for game 2. Same spot and position that he had in game 1. So this becomes the 5th start of the season for Webster, 8th game played. Fastball misses high and outside. Behind the plate for Holler, Campbell Charnecko. Catching duties here in game 2. Called strike. Wind still blowing rather hard out towards right center field, and it's in the low 70s, so temperate. Very temperate day, I should say, and can't ask for much more or a better setting for an afternoon at the park. 2 balls and a strike now to Webster. Big cut. Webster comes up empty, however. It's not a large lead over at first for Lane, but always a threat to take off. Toss over. Nearly gets away from Wickman at first, but big tall first baseman keeps it from going astray and forces Lane stand pat at first. Southpaw set, 2-2. Skied out towards right center field. Ranging over. Catch is made by Mason Satterfield for out number 1.
Now batting, first baseman number 21.
So 1-on-1 down for Garrett Jackson. Starting first baseman. Saw him play a little bit at third towards the tail end of game 1. Jackson did go 0 for first game of our doubleheader. Here an in-between swing, but a called strike. Get the count underway at 0-1. Jackson did draw a walk, also had an RBI sac fly, but 0 for 4 the rest of the way. Mighty cut from Jackson. Comes up empty. Count quickly to 0-2. On deck, Xavier Neves. He'll be followed in by P.J. Alvanos. Pitch popped out of the glove of Charnecko. Lane moves up to second with ease on the pass ball. So now an RBI opportunity for Garrett Jackson, including the RBI from game 1. He's got 12 on the season. Generals defense plays straight away, the exception of second baseman Chapin Bassey, close to the bag at second. One and two count now. Holler ahead in the count. Comes set. Leaves fastball high and outside. And a strikeout here would do wonders. And it would force Lynchburg in a spot where he'd have a productive out. That being said, Jackson could do something similar here. Ground ball right side allows the runner to move up 90 feet, but would also be a win for Holler, getting that second out of the inning and taking a hit or an unforced error from Washington Lee to get the job done. Blooping out towards right field. Satterfield lays out, won't get to it. Rounding third with a head of steam. Lane on his way home and will score standing upright. Lynchburg strikes first. Lane touches the plate. Trading places with him is Garrett Jackson. Hornets out in front 1-0.
Now batting, left fielder, number 30, Avery Neves.
Avery Neves to the plate for the first time in game 2. It'll be ruled an RBI double for Garrett Jackson. Backdoor breaking ball in for a strike. It will be an unearned run, however, against the starter Holler due to the pass ball. High leg kick and a glance to second. Breaking pitch. They'll say Neves went around on it. Now an 0-2 count. And this becomes a big potential second out of the inning for Holler due to similar things we talked about with Jackson at the plate. But furthermore, Avery Neves averaged north of 400 on the year. Cleanup man. Can do a whole lot of damage. So if Holler is able to get through and pass Neves, good shot. He may be able to get through the inning. Just the one run against him. Bassey continues to monitor the runner at second. Big cut for Neves. Held on by Charneco. First strikeout of the day for Holler. Neves goes down for out number 2. It'll take a 2-out base knock from P.J. Alvanos. Stepped in the left-handed batter's box. If Lynchburg wants to push across a second run of the inning, the Hornets plated runs in 6 of their 8 chances at the plate in game 1, and that momentum carried over to game 2. Left-on-left matchup, breaking pitch, misses the zone. And those curveballs in these left-on-left scenarios, really tough for a player like Alvanos to try to get a clean read on it. You don't see it late. You don't see it as early. You see it late. Compared to when you might see a curveball or any pitch going out of the hand of a righty. Fastball, low and away. Hitters count 2-0. Is at the knees, making it 2-1. Going back to game 1, Alvanos put together a stellar performance, 2 for 4. Pair of RBIs, also came around to score. 2-1, the curveball, cut on and missed. Holler looking to hold the damage at 1 run across. Alvanos looking to make it a multi-run frame to start today for Lynchburg. Breaking ball, waved at and missed. Alvanos down on strikes. Second punch out of the frame for Holler, and he does indeed hold the damage at 1 run across. That run scores on an RBI double from Garrett Jackson. We're stepping aside and coming back with the top of the second. Lynchburg, an early 1-0 lead.
was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
Top of the second inning, Hornets strike first through an RBI double from Garrett Jackson, and now some run support to the back of Nick Matfield. He'll face 4, 5, 6 in the Washington Lee order. That's Zach Perkins, Campbell, Carneco, and Ethan Zuleta. And if any were to reach, 7-hole man is first baseman Brian Wickman. Sent to short, long, deep in the hole. Not going to be able to make the throw in time. Infield single becomes the first hit of the game for the Generals. Perkins aboard at first.
Now batting, the catcher, number 42, Campbell Charneco.
So Charneco, first AB on the afternoon, 393 average. This becomes his 9th game played, 8th start. Wicked breaking ball from Matfield, drops in at the knees. Recalled strike one. You can see the respect given there by Matfield, understanding middle of the bat order. Come at him with a breaking pitch. Give him a little something different. Back to it. This time the curveball drops out of the zone. Not a large lead at first for Perkins. Left fielder 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts this season. Gets a throw over. Perkins back in time. Give you the defensive lineman for Lynchburg. We mentioned Riley Donovan, battery mate today for Matfield. Infield from left to right has Gavin Collins manning the hot corner. Ryan Long at short. PJ Alvanos at second. Garrett Jackson holding the runner on at first. Another throw over. And Perkins is back in time. And the outfield from right to left has Cam Lane in right. Carson Atkins in center with Avery Neves in left. One skied. Up and out of play behind home plate. Matfield had a strikeout to bring a close to the 1-2-3 first inning he tossed. Top half of the order talked about in the broadcast here in game 1. 1 through 6 part of the order. You want to see runners getting on and some run production, especially there in the middle, that 4 through 6 spot. It was very quiet in game 1. Slow roller to short, long to Alvanos. The relay to first. Not in time. 6-4, fielder's choice. We'll take Perkins off the base paths. Charneco on instead. So with a man on and one down, Ethan Zuleta swung it well in game 1. 2 for 3. Also reached on an error. And of the 2 hits, had an RBI double coming in the 7th. Oh, pause in the action as second base was jarred loose for a moment. And now Zuleta will step into the box. Washington Lee looking to avoid the sweep, trying to get back over 500 and then even out that conference record to a 500 mark. And It'd be the first time that taking down Lynchburg since 2020. They swept in both doubleheaders last season. Looking to split this afternoon's twin bill. Pitch just up above the letters. Hitters count 2-0. Toss to first, Perkins. Drawing a lot of attention, or excuse me, that's now Charnecko over there, but nonetheless, Matfield keeping a patient eye on those on at first. Count swells to 3-0. Fifth start of the season for Matfield. Last time out was in Game 2, a 6-2 win over Roanoke. 5 innings strong, 5 strikeouts, no walks, only 2 hits allowed in the win over the Maroons. 3-0, fastball, called strike on the outside corner. Longest start of the season for Matfield came back in his first start of the year against number 9 Washington. 9-5 win. Matfield traveled through 6, 7 strikeouts along the way, only allowed 1 earned run. 3-1, set in the air and out of play, first base side. That was a part of an opening weekend where Lynchburg certainly made a strong case to be moved in the top 25, and they do that. Now they're at the number 6 rank, highest in program history. It was a 4-3 win over number 15 Trinity at the time, then a 9-5 win over number 9 Washington before coming up short against Birmingham Southern. 3-2 runner was in motion, but foul ball sends Charnecko retreating back to first. Runner takes off. Pitch misses the zone. First walk to be issued by Nick Matfield. Furthermore, first walk he's issued since March 5th when he went 3 2/3 against York. 2 on with just 1 out. Brian Wickman steps to the plate. Second on the team with a .377 average before today's contest. 12 RBIs. Third best for the Generals. Trailing Zach Perkins, Luke Erdman. First pitch swinging. Slider misses the bat. And the count is 0-1. Wickman went 1 for 3 in Game 1. Sitting in the 5 spot of the order. Here in Game 2, shifted down a couple spots. Count moves to an even state, 1-1. Zuleta not being held on over at first. Breaking pitch. Finds the inside corner. Pitcher's count now 1-2. Strikeout spot for Matfield. O'Donovan sets up on the outside corner. 1-2. Sent to Alvanos at second. Toss to second. And the relay to first completes the 4-6-3 double play and brings it close to the top half of the second inning. Good work for Matfield, avoiding the 2 runners on 1 out jam and get through the inning unscathed. We're stepping aside to come back. Home half of the second inning. Lynchburg out in front of Washington Lee, 1-0.
Hi, Mara Willis. How are you? Pretty good.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something, it becomes a family. It doesn't matter how long ago you had your professor, they still remember you and they remember all of the hard work that you put in. They're always there for you and they always want to do the best that they can to help you succeed. Here you learn how to love one another regardless of what's going on or what you believe. You leave here better than what you came in. It's what the school's really good at doing.
Bottom of the second inning, Hornets looking to push runs across for the second consecutive inning and currently lead 1-0. Leading things off is Gavin Collins. He'll be followed by Riley O'Donovan, then Ryan Long, and if any were to reach, the 9-hole hitter Carson Atkins would step to the plate. First pitch swing, Collins sends it to Erdman at third, picks it up, strong throw across the diamond to retire Collins for out number 1. One pitch, all that's needed to retire Collins. Riley O'Donovan did not see him in game 1, so he gets his first AB on the afternoon. O'Donovan watches the first pitch, miss off the inside corner. Count opens at 1-0. Most recent appearance for Holler came against Randolph-Macon. Holler went through 5 innings, gave up 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 6 strikeouts, no walks in that start. Longest outing of the season came twice, going 6 innings at Averett and then 6 at Hampton-Sydney. Lefty holds a 2-1 record so far this season. 2-1 finds the inside corner. Count even to O'Donovan. Home half the first. Got underway with a single for Cam Lane. He came around to score after advancing to second on a pass ball. RBI double for Garrett Jackson. So O'Donovan sends it to short. Zuleta couldn't handle it cleanly initially. So it'll be an E6. Puts the Hornets catcher aboard. 1 on, 1 down now for Ryan Long. Step to the plate. That's always a tough play to make as you get deeper in the hole. Shortstop, you got to get the ball out quick. Got to make a strong throw and sometimes work a little too fast in your head. And as he tries to make the transfer, loses control of the baseball. And it becomes 28th error of the season for Washington and Lee. Fastball misses below the knees. Holler falls behind 2-0. Holler now has the signs. Runner takes off. Potential hit and run put in play there by Coach Lucas Jones up the third base line. But foul ball sends O'Donovan back to first. You see Long at the plate. Been stellar defensively. Came out with a big 2 RBI single in his first AB of game 1. Here, sends it to second. Chapin Bassey there to catch the line drive. Doubles off O'Donovan at first. Holler faces the minimum in his second inning of action. We've made it through 2. Lynchburg out in front, 1-0 from Fox Field.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. 100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it.
On to the third inning of action between the Hornets and the Generals. Advantage Lynchburg in the early goings. Run comes around in the bottom of the first. Lynchburg looking to sweep the Generals for the third consecutive doubleheader dating back to last season. Generals send Luke Seipel, the DH, to the plate. Lead things off. He'll be followed by the right fielder Mason Satterfield. Then we'll get to the top of the order once more with Luke Erdman. Been the minimum +1 so far for Matfield through 2 innings of action. Starts inning number 3 with a big swing from Seipel. Comes up empty. Did get to see Seipel in game 1 in a pinch hit opportunity, hitting the spot of Drew Larson. Grounded out 4-3 on the first pitch he saw. This one nicked in and out of the glove of O'Donovan. A little slow to get up. This allows me to get on my soapbox. Most underappreciated position in all sports, catcher in baseball. There is not many other people who can take that type of wear and tear. That might be personal bias as a once upon a time catcher. But (0-2), left just off the outside corner. Now it'll be interesting to see where Matfield goes here. Soft and away against the lefty. Try to change it up, or going to keep attacking that outside corner. More the same. Soft and away. Seipel can't make contact and goes down on strikes. Second punch out of the afternoon for Nick Matfield. And it's out number 1 to inning number 3. First time getting to see Mason Satterfield step to the box here in game 2. Put together a 1-for-3 showing with an RBI single in game 1. Breaking ball, drops in, evens the count at 1-1. We're seeing Matfield be really comfortable using that breaking pitch, throwing it 4 strikes. A lot of times that can be a tough hurdle to get up and over for a pitcher. It's one thing to be able to throw it out of the zone and miss bats and try to get hitters to chase, but it's another thing to throw it for a strike. That's something Matfield's been able to do very successfully in the early goings of his start. (2-1) finds the outside corner to even the count at 2. Lynchburg defense plays straight away. 2-2 to Satterfield. Slicing foul along the right field line. Satterfield, sophomore from Vienna, Virginia. including the hit in game one. He nicks this one in and out of the glove of O'Donovan. It's a 6-game hit streak. The Generals' 9-hole hitter. A couple of multi-hit showings against Hampton Sydney there in the middle. And Satterfield did not come around to score in game one, but in the 4 games preceding that, had scored 7 times in a 4-game stretch. Really impressive 9-hole type of player, assuming he was hitting that part of the order for those games. Being able to come around to score that often. Very impressive. He had the average right at 300 before today's doubleheader. The 3-2. Curveball. Sent foul behind home plate. Let's do it again at 3-2. Matfield set, goes to the fastball on the outside corner, and there is your other advantage, being a backwards pitcher. You lean on those off-speed pitches so much that break out that fastball. It feels like it has that little bit of extra zip, strikeout opportunity, and that comes in handy. Backwards K has Satterfield, 0-for-1. That's the 3rd strikeout on the afternoon for Nick Matfield. He'll see Luke Erdman for the 2nd time. Showing bunt. Pulling it back. Curveball misses inside. Erdman 0-for-1, grounded out to second. The first pitch of the game. Erdman's had a tough day at the plate. 0-for-3 in game one. And 0-for-1 so far here in game two. And comes on the heel of, through the first 15 games of the year, Erdman team best .386 average. Along with 3 doubles, 2 triples. Second best mark, 14 RBIs. Lynchburg has had his number this afternoon. General's third baseman down in the count 1-2. Gonna have to battle to try to prolong the top of the 3rd. Another breaking pitch for Matfield. Leaves it down and away. Matfield with a chance for punch out number 4. Has the signs. Comes to the plate. Erdman gets just enough. Lives to see another pitch. Game 2 of our doubleheader here on LHSN. I want to say thank you, everybody, giving us some time on Saturday afternoon. Lots of things going on in the world of sports, including March Madness, so we appreciate you spending some time with us. Checking out some Lynchburg baseball as they play hosts to the Generals. It's now a full count to Erdman. Erdman reaches. Chapin Passy is in the on-deck circle. Breaking pitch. Erdman knew it immediately. Consecutive backwards Ks, all part of Matfield striking out the side. In the top half of the 3rd, he's now got 4 Ks on the afternoon. We'll step aside, come back, bottom half of the 3rd. Hornets lead the Generals 1-0. Carson Atkins will lead things off in the bottom of the third inning. He'll be followed by the top of the order, Cam Lane and Logan Webster. Inning number 3 for Thomas Holler. Got into a bit of a jam last inning, aided by the 18th double play of the season for Washington and Lee. And 4-3 double play is what brought a close to the inning after Riley Donovan reached on the E6. Pitching coaches will tell you errors seemingly, along with leadoff walks, will come around to score 90+% of the time. The Generals defense able to get back the mishap. Now here in the third, Atkins trails in the count 0-2. Holler with a chance for his third punch out in the game. Backdoor breaking ball, dotted up perfectly on the outside edge. Holler's now made it full time through the lineup card. We'll see Cam Lane for a second time. But outside of the first inning, the 2 hits on the board for Lynchburg coming in that frame. You have the E6 in the second, so a runner is reached in both frames for Lynchburg. But Holler, after facing the top 3 and surrounding those 2 hits against the Hornets, been able to settle down and pitch really efficiently. Now it's interesting to see, gave up that single to Lane. Garrett Jackson had the RBI double. What does that second meeting between Holler and those 2 look like? Curveball, inside corner, called strike 2. Washington Lee plays straight away. Curveball misses downstairs. I think that's a sign of respect in a day and age where more often than not, you're shifting towards the pull side, especially against lefties. I think it speaks to what the Generals see with Lane at the plate, a guy who can hit to all fields. Because of that, you can't cheat and try to load up the left side or the right side, in this case for Lane at the plate. Holler still ahead in the count, 1-2. Today marks the 93rd and 94th all-time meeting between these 2 squads. Lynchburg now 53-40 all-time against the Generals. Curveball misses the inside corner. Mirrors the pitch that Lane watched for a strike a moment ago. The 2-2. Well off the outside corner. Count now full to the Hornets' right fielder. Lane held a .321 average before today's game. .472 on base percentage. So you take that any day of the week out of your leadoff guy. 3-2, curveball, freezes Lane. Back-to-back backwards Ks, 4 punch-outs in total for Holler.
Now batting, DH number 6, Logan Webster.
Looking to keep inning number 3 alive is Logan Webster. Garrett Jackson is on deck. Curveball, left off the outside corner. Webster's 0 for 1 with a fly out to right field. Before today's doubleheader got underway, a .385 average for Logan Webster. Holler misses once more. Hitters count 2 balls and no strikes. Southpaw into the windup. This is down below the knees. Count grows to 3-0. Fastball, low and inside. Webster takes 4 pitches, all missed the zone. Here comes the first player for the Hornets. Draw a walk here in game 2, and that's been one of the big differences. Still a lot of baseball left to be played. We're not even a third of the way through the game, but 6 runs come across in the bottom of the second in game 1 for Lynchburg, and Hornets were certainly aided by the base on balls and hit by pitches. General's pitching staff offered up not only in that inning, but throughout the entire contest. There was one point where Lynchburg, I believe midway through the 4th, maybe midway through the 5th, had 7 hits Washington Lee had given up 7 free passes in the combination of hit by pitches and walks. That kind of further exaggerated the difference in that game. Allowed the Hornets to tack on a 6th spot in the second. 3 more hung up in the 4th. And 1 run in every inning after, including 2 in the 7th. Washington Lee can avoid those free passes, have Lynchburg earn it at the plate, force them to win it in the hit column. Generals certainly have a chance to split this doubleheader. Leg kick, 2-0, in for a strike. Not an overly large lead for Webster. Off from first, he's 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts this season, so certainly someone you have to respect. Hit on the ground, right side, ranging over in and out of the glove of Bassey. It'll be an E4. Moves Webster to second as Garrett Jackson aboard.
Now batting, left fielder, number 30, Avery Neves.
Avery Neves, 0 for 1, struck out back in the first. And that was among the best, call it one-on-one showings that we've seen from Holler to this point in the game. Can Neves bounce back, or will the lefty continue to have his number? Breaking ball in the inside corner. And attacking that inside part of the plate was a big strength that Jack Cope had. A couple of 1, 2, 3 innings in the first and the third, and Cope was trying to attack that inside corner and get it underneath the hands of Lynchburg bats. And Holler's been able to do some more of the same here in game 2. Leaves this one low and outside. But especially with breaking pitches and left-on-left spots, we saw that curveball get close to Cam Lane, P.J. Alvanos, and just makes you feel a little uncomfortable when you're standing in the box. You're watching a pitch that looks like it's about to come for the center of your back and ultimately lands on the inside corner of the plate. Neves with a chance to come through with a big 2-out RBI. Looking to double the Hornets' lead. Hitters count 3-1. On deck is P.J. Alvanos. Went down swinging his first time up. And a 3-1 spot. First base not open. You would load the bases, but I continue to wonder how often Washington Lee pitchers are going to want to continue to come at Neves, especially when they fall behind the count. 3-1, high and inside. It's a 5-pitch walk to load the bases. Second walk issued by Holler. Webster
Now batting, second
up to third.
baseman, number 18, P.J. Alvanos.
Garrett Jackson behind him at second. And Neves, fresh off the base on balls, is on at first. Exchanging the gloves out to assistant coach Oscar Garcia. First pitch to Alvanos misses outside. I also wonder, with the exchange of batting gloves, I'll have to ask Coach Garcia after the game, any Skittles exchanges? I've been told that Coach Garcia gives out Skittles for anybody who reaches first base. Fastball evens the count at 1-1. And if that's true, I'm going to have to find a way to, mid-game, work my way up the first base line and snag a couple Skittles from Oscar. Use a little bit of a sugar boost. Maybe that's the real magic behind the offensive production this year for the Hornets. Skittles can be incentivizing. Ask Marshawn Lynch. And that might be extra boost the Hornets offense if needed. Breaking the action, second base. Knocked free once again, and now fully secure. Holler from the full windup. Goes breaking ball with the 1-1 pitch. And again, you see that curveball really effective in these left-on-left spots. A strikeout opportunity. This is where it gets interesting, the chess match. Do you go back to that pitch? I think Alvanos might be sitting on it. The 1-2. It is a breaking ball, low and away. Speaking personally, I'd love to see Haller try to go elevated fastball up and above the letters, try to get Alvenos to chase. Just went curveball down and away. Change his eye level. Instead, another breaking pitch. Missing the zone again. 3-2, bases loaded. Runners will be in motion. Alvenos had an RBI walk in game 1. Will he get another? 3-2. In on the hands of Alvenos. Sent to shallow center. And down for a base knock. You seldomly see a bases clearing single, but on Saturday, March 19th, that is the occasion. 3 RBI single for P.J. Alvenos, driving home Webster, Jackson, as well as Avery Neves. And Lynchburg out in front 4-3, or excuse me, 4-0 on 3 hits. Look at the scoreboard a little wrong. Again, Coach Garcia, need those Skittles. 4-0 Lynchburg. Collins takes the first pitch he sees, down and inside. Lynchburg third baseman 0 for 1 with the ground out to third. Another ground ball to Erdman. Fields fires to first. And Collins now 0 for 2, becomes out number 3 to inning number 3. But 3 come across on the base knock. Drooping out into center field off the bat of P.J. Alvenos. We made it through 3. Lynchburg leads Washington Lee 4-0. Chapin Bassey to lead things off as we have reached inning number 4 between Washington Lee and Lynchburg. Breaking pitch, down and outside. Bassey ahead to start the count 1-0. After the general second baseman comes Mitchell Salvino and then Zach Perkins. And if anywhere reach, we'll see the catcher Campbell Charneco. A mighty cut. Bassey comes up empty. Count even at 1. 3 runs across in the bottom of the third. If you missed it, on come with 1 swing of the bat, P.J. Alvenos. A bloop single to center field on a 3-2 count with the bases loaded. So with everyone in motion, they did the job and brought around all 3. Pitchers count 1-2. Bassey's 0 for 1, grounded out the short his first time up. Comes up empty, but it gets away from O'Donovan. So Bassey reaches on the drop third strike. 5th strikeout for Nick Matfield, but the leadoff runner is on.
Now batting, center fielder number 21, Mitchell Salvino.
Salvino also 0 for 1. Went down on strikes in his first AB. 12th start of the season for Salvino. Moved up in the order, was batting in the cleanup spot in game 1. Now checking in the 3-hole. Chops the first pitch he sees foul. Salvino still looking for his first hit of the afternoon. 0 for 4 in game 1. As we mentioned, 0 for 1 in the early goings of game 2. Healthy lead for Bassey at first. Breaking pitch. Misses the zone. Pitch count for Matfield. Up to 51. Curveball. Salvino out in front of it. Ventures out into shallow left center field. Diving in, Avery Neves there to make the grab for out number 2. Avery Neves gets it done with more than just the bat. Here flashes a leather. Salvino becomes the first out to the 4th. That brings Zach Perkins back to the plate. Perkins waited on the breaking ball, couldn't make contact. That speaks to Matfield and how much life is on that curveball. Even when Perkins might have it timed up, still able to miss the bat. Runner takes off. 0-1 is outside. Throw to second, not in time. Bassey, his 4th swipe bag on the season. And it's an even 1-1 count to Perkins, who's 1 for 1 with a single. Time called. And warning issued by umpire up the third base line. 1-1 becomes a ground ball up the first base line. Fielded by Jackson. Toss to Matfield covering the bag. Retires Perkins, but moving up 90 feet is Chapin Bassey. They'll take a 2-out base knock or an unforced error from Lynchburg. Get the first run across for the Generals, but opportunity ajar for Campbell Charnecko. Catcher's 0 for 1. Hit into a fielder's choice back in the 2nd. Charnecko with a chance to get RBI number 5 on the season. Breaking ball. Breaks too far out of the zone. Four 0 ball game, but we're watching a contest with no earned runs. At this point, all 4 runs are unearned against General starter Thomas Haller. Matfield looking to keep Washington Lee out of the scoring column. Two-0. Fastball misses high and outside. Fastball this time. Hits on the outside corner. Still hitters count 3-1. Becomes a 5-pitch walk as Charnecko will trot up the first base line. Putting runners at the corners with 2 down. The RBI chance falls to the shoulders of Ethan Zuleta, which Washington Lee, including what you saw in game 1, this might be the guy you want at the plate in this spot. Second walk issued by Matfield. Trip the mound for Riley O'Donovan. Just trying to settle down Matfield, and this is a spot here. Got 3 runs across in the bottom of the 3rd. Don't want to relinquish the momentum that you have on your side. And even if it's just 1 run here, if you keep the Generals alive, Anything's possible, especially with Holler not issuing the free passes that we saw Washington Lee struggle with in game 1. And then that's just if one run comes around. Obviously, it could be a lot worse. Charneco on at first. Something finds the alleyway, 2 down. He's running on contact. He could certainly score on an extra base hit. Count starts at 0-1. Zuleta drew a walk back in the second. Mighty cut. Zuleta comes up empty. Haven't seen Charneco in motion. Strikeout chance. Maybe trying to force the throw to second. He won't take off. Instead, reads dirt ball, and the wild pitch moves him into scoring position. And if you're familiar with these Lynchburg broadcasts and heard me talk about it, you know I love good base runners. They read dirt balls better than anyone else. And Charneco, give him credit. Catcher, he's probably seen a couple of those in his lifetime. Slow roller back to the mound. Past the glove of Matfield. The throw to first. In time. Matfield does a good job collecting himself. Makes the throw to first. 2 runners left on. And another 0 put next to the Washington Lee line. Made it through 3.5. We're stepping aside as the Hornets lead the Generals 4-0 from Fox Field.
If I'm walking around over on the crowd side, I always hear someone yelling, "Hey Nat, take our picture. Hey Nat, get this," or something, or "Hey Nat, you got that shot?" Like, so I'm always like trying to photograph the crowds and my friends calling my name. I think sports at Lynchburg unifies us as a whole. No matter what background we come from, what differences we have, and what experience we've experienced through our lives, it brings us all together and we have one goal, which is to win. As a photographer, I definitely get to capture the emotion and the feel and the atmosphere of what's going on during the games and what's happening in the crowd and with the fans. We have hugely dedicated fans here at Lynchburg. They come out whether it's rain, snow, sleet, windy, no matter what. Like, they will come out and support their team and cheer them on. They will sit through anything. It's just, it brings us all together as one.
Fourth inning of action for Thomas Holler. He'll go toe-to-toe with Riley O'Donovan, Ryan Long, and Carson Atkins. All getting their second look against the General's starting arm. We do have a defensive change to talk about for Washington and Lee. John Raymond makes an appearance out in left field, taking over for Zach Perkins. And figure to see him hitting the 4 spot the rest of the way. First pitch. This is the zone. O'Donovan 0 for 1 on the day. Reached on the E6 back in the second inning. Turns on the fastball, sent it out towards Raymond. In left field, it'll roll all the way to the wall. Extra bases for O'Donovan. He's upstanding at second base. An emphatic start to the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting, shortstop, number 4, Ryan Long.
First double of the season for Riley O'Donovan. His 3rd extra base hit in total. First pitch swinging, Ryan Long. Sends it out to shallow right field. Charging in, Satterfield, able to cover the necessary ground, makes the catch. O'Donovan back in time, ahead of the throw to second.
Now batting, center fielder, number 12.
Carson Atkins was the leadoff man last inning, went down looking. First pitch to Atkins, misses down below the knees. Pitch count for Holler at 65. Southpaw, 4 strikeouts to 2 walks through 3 1/3. Four runs on 4 hits for Lynchburg. No runs. Washington lead with just 1 hit. Atkins watches the fastball miss outside. Playing ahead of the bag at first is Brian Wickman. Carson Atkins laid down a infield bunt single in game 1. Here he shoots the fastball foul, first base side. That takes the bunt out of play, but you can see Wickman respecting the speed of Atkins. The 2-2, left off the outside corner. Full count. After Atkins comes to the top of the lineup for the 3rd time already. Cam Lane had made 4 plate appearances through the first 5 innings in game 1. He may well make his 3rd through just 4. Zuleta at short, recovers, makes the throw across the infield to retire Atkins for out number 2.
Now batting, right fielder, number 34.
An underrated part of being a good defender. Not going to be perfect. Not going to be someone with 1,000 fielding percentage more often than not. What can you do after it doesn't go right initially? And we saw Nick Matfield hit the final out, the top of the 4th. Soft ground ball from Ethan Zuleta. Got past his glove, but did a really good job staying composed. Got it back and even slowed down to make sure the throw was fine going to first. Last thing you want to do is speed it up and airmail the first baseman, and then the inning continues. And then Washington leads right back into it. 0-1, Lane gets it up and over the head of Wickman. Rounding 3rd, O'Donovan touches home plate, RBI single. Cam Lane continues to swing a scorching hot bat. He's now 2 for 3, has his first RBI this game, and brings home Riley O'Donovan, to make it 5-0. Lane in game 1, about 5 RBIs, 3 hits. I should have amended that statement. 4 RBIs, and he went 3 for 3 with a pair of singles and a triple. Lane aboard at first. Always the threat to be put in motion. Logan Webster at the plate. Behind the count, though, 0-2. Webster's 0 for 1, drew a walk. His last plate appearance came around a score. First of 3 runs across the bottom of the 3rd for Lynchburg. Lefty sent the chest. Slow roller to Zuleta. He'll take the short throw to second to retire Webster for out number 3. Lane taking off the base paths. That means no runners left on for Lynchburg, but a run put on the board to make it 5-0. RBI single comes courtesy of Cam Lane. Made it through 4. Head to the top of the 5th from Fox Field.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities, learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the Athletic Training Laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
Seven, 8, 9 coming to the plate for Washington and Lee. That's Brian Wickman, Luke Seipel, and Mason Satterfield scheduled the dish. And if any were to reach, we would see the top of the order come back to the plate for the Generals. Nick Matfield stays out on the mound, misses downstairs with the first pitch curveball. And Matfield's able to get through this inning, and Lynchburg's still out in front. Matfield will put himself in line for the win. He's thrown 66 pitches so far through the 4+. 5 strikeouts to 2 walks, and has now surrendered just his second hit. Hard hit baseball coming from Brian Wickman. And the Generals' first baseman is aboard at first base.
Number 18, Luke Seipel.
Luke Seipel, 0 for 1 today. Went down on strikes his first AB, as did Mason Satterfield, who's on deck. Part of a 1-2-3 where Nick Matfield struck out the side in the third, putting down Seipel, Satterfield, and Erdman. 1-0, cut on and missed. Today marks the first time Luke Seipel's gotten see the field this season. So officially 0 for 2 to start his year at the plate. Senior hailing from Devon, Pennsylvania. Swings through elevated offering from Matfield. Pitchers count now 1-2. One, two, cut on and missed. Seipel down on strikes for the second time in this contest.
Now batting, right fielder.
Strikeout number 5 overall for Nick Matfield. And Mason Satterfield steps back to the plate. 1 on and 1 down in front of him. Or I should say, 1 down and 1 on in front of him. Breaking pitch blocked up by O'Donovan. Forces Wickman to hold. Sung the praises of catchers earlier. Very underrated position, and that's a really underrated part of what they have to do. Get so used to seeing pitches in the dirt blocked up by catchers, holding runners at bay. But if that's not done properly, it can become sloppy baseball really quickly. Close miss for Matfield. Hitters count 2-0. Now a 3-0 count. Matfield's been really solid with his command so far today. has given up 2 walks. That's really been the case. 90% of the time he's been solid with his command. The last walk he gave out to Charneco was on 4 pitches, and in danger of doing the same thing here to Satterfield, able to fire a strike in. Satterfield had his 4-game hit streak extended, going 1 for 3 in game 1 of our doubleheader. Tip back, actually takes the mask off of O'Donovan. Good to see he's okay. Now we get to see a full count. Wind still blowing hard out towards right center field. Runner takes off, and the 3-2 popped up and out of play. Wickman is 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts so far this season. Runner takes off again. Fly ball out to center field. Atkins there, makes the grab. Launches it to first. Back in time, though, is Wickman. Nonetheless, Satterfield retired for out number 2.
Third baseman, number 30, Luke Erdman.
Lineup card turns over for a second time. Luke Erdman, 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. Curveball, belt high, called strike 1. And especially now getting to see a lineup card third time through, we'll probably see a lot more of those early count breaking pitches from Matfield. Another curveball, comes a ground ball to long at short, flips it to second. And the fielder's choice brings about out number 3. And now Nick Matfield in line for the win. If Lynchburg can hold on, Hornets out front 5-0 as we step aside and come back with the bottom of the 5th.
I was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
Garrett Jackson to lead things off as we have reached the bottom of the 5th inning. After Jackson comes Avery Neves, then PJ Alvanos. Lynchburg push runs across in 3 of their previous 4 chances at the plate, looking to keep the offensive momentum on their side. First pitch to Jackson. Finds the inside corner. Count starts at 0-1. Lynchburg scored in 6 of their 8 chances at the plate in game 1. So carrying that over, Lynchburg runs across in 9 frames so far today as this one sent out to center field and down for a base knock. Leadoff man is on for Lynchburg. To finish that point, runs across at 9 of the 12 frames Lynchburg has stepped to the plate. And that is unworldly impressive. There are teams who win games, you know, at this point into a doubleheader, scoring 3 times if they're big 3-run or big runs across in those 3 innings. Lynchburg, a model of consistency today. First pitch misses inside to Neves. 0-1. Drew a walk his last time up. Neves had 3 base on balls in game 1. Neves now ahead in the count 2-0. And again, I raise the question, if you're General's pitcher, I just don't know how much you want to attack Neves after you fall behind with the first 2 pitches. And 2-0, down and outside. 3-0, this feels like an unintentional, intentional walk spot. .30 finds the outside corner. Good location. See if Haller could do that one more time. Get it to a full count. .31 turned on by Neves. Loud contact, but a beat out in front of it a little too early. Do get to see the full count now, so a good job for Haller bouncing back after falling behind 3-0 and doing so against Avery Neves. No easy task. Healthy lead for Jackson at first. Payoff pitch. Sent out towards left center field. Ranging to his right. Salvino there to make the grab for out number 1. So in retrospect, I've been proven wrong. Fall behind Avery Neves, not the end of the world. Thomas Haller does a really nice job. It's a cold strike. Left the 3-1, a little too much over the middle of the plate for my liking, but foul ball, 3-2, execute, get a fly ball out to left field. And you set down the ever-dangerous cleanup bat in the Lynchburg order. Now get to see P.J. Alvanos, fresh off the 3 RBI single his last time up. Runner takes off, first pitch, cut on a miss, throw to second. And out of the glove of Zuleta. Even if he got the clean pick, I don't think they got Jackson. And conversation between our home plate umpire and fifth-year head coach Ted White, pleading his case that batter interference. Won't change the call on the 0-1. It's a breaking ball on the inside corner to make it 0-2. This is a Lynchburg team where a lot of hitters are standing on top of the plate, and not only is that difficult, we talked about how that's challenging for pitchers, but it comes into a factor with runners in motion. .02 popped up, third base side. Erdman made it all the way towards the Lynchburg dugout, broke back towards third base line, and ultimately makes the grab for out number 2. This time of day, where the sun is at, that, I assure you, is not a fun look up into the Lynchburg sky. Erdman, no sunglasses. Braves the elements. Alvano's put down P5 for the second out, bottom of the 5th inning. RBI chance for Gavin Collins, 0 for 2 with a pair of groundouts to third. Takes the first pitch he sees for a strike. Set of the chest, Haller. Now goes breaking ball and way out in front of the count, 0-2. Really like the breaking ball there from Haller. Got the fastball in. Collins saw it down the middle of the plate. Might think, maybe I wanted that one. Eager to swing. Throw something in the dirt. Got him a little overzealous. Way back inside with the fastball. Count now to 1-2. Lynchburg still waiting on the offensive numbers to catch up for Collins. 0 for 2 in this game. Before we got underway in this doubleheader, 190 average. Running freshman of the year in the ODAC. Lines this one to Zuleta at short. Is there to make the grab for out number 3. Runner left on in scoring position for Lynchburg. And just for the 4th time today, Hornets put up a 0 in their scoring column. Step it aside, we're coming back with the top of the 6th between Washington Lee and Lynchburg from James C. Fox Field.
Hi, Mara Willis. How are you? Pretty good.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something, it becomes a family. It doesn't matter how long ago you had your professor, they still remember you and they remember all of the hard work that you put in. They're always there for you and they always want to do the best that they can to help you succeed. Here you learn how to love one another regardless of what's going on or what you believe. You leave here better than what you came in. It's what the school's really good at doing.
Pretty good.
Jack Batchmore takes over on the bump for Lynchburg. And that marks the end of the day for Nick Matfield, who's currently in line for the win after going through 5 innings, surrendering just 2 hits, 2 walks, had 6 strikeouts, 5 forward-facing Ks, 1 backwards. No earned runs against Nick Matfield. 5-0 your score. First pitch today from Batchmore. Misses downstairs. The 6th-inning leadoff man, Chapin Bassey. Bassey still looking for his first of the game, 0 for 2. Did reach on a drop third strike last time up. Swings through the fastball. Count even at 1. Letter high pitch. Sky foul, first base side. Batchmore Jr. from Alexandria, Virginia. And this becomes seventh appearance on the season. Pitch down in the dirt, cut on and missed. And they will call interference as Bassey was making his way up the third base line. The bat got in the way of O'Donovan. Home plate umpire steps up and basically ends the play there. Bassey down on strikes again. First strikeout of the day for Batchmore. 7th overall for the Lynchburg pitching staff. First pitch swinging. Drive out towards left center field. It's extra bases for Mitchell Salvino. Rounding second. And he'll hold there. Nice relay sequence for Lynchburg, getting it back in. And Salvino on with the 1-out double. Talking more about Batchmore's numbers. This is his 7th appearance. He has 3 starts, 1.45 ERA through 18 2/3 innings tossed, giving up 14 hits, 21 strikeouts to 4 walks, and opponents are hitting below 200 against at 194 to be exact. RBI spot for Washington and Lee. Batchmore deals first pitch to John Raymond. It's a swing and miss, strike 1. And with the extra base hit, we already saw Salvino. Plenty of speed to spare. Got a healthy lead off from second. Alvanos near the bag. A hit to the outfield certainly could bring home the first run of the contest for the Generals. Batchmore sets. Deals fastball. Powers it past Raymond for strike two. Oh, 2 left off the outside corner. Batchmore looking for the second out of the inning. Has the signs from O'Donovan. Elevates. Raymond not chasing. Count works to an even state at 2-2. Batchmore misses low and away. Count now full. We talked about the stats for Batchmore. He's been stellar specifically at avoiding walks, just 4 based on balls issued through. Now 19 full innings on the season, including the out he's registered today. Payoff pitch. At the knees and a called strike 3. Raymond can't believe it, but he becomes the second strikeout victim of the inning. More importantly, if you're a Lynchburg fan, a big second out at the top of the 6th inning.
Catcher number 42, Campbell Charneco.
Campbell Charneco back to the plate, 0 for 1. Drew a walk his last time up. Now Lynchburg looking to maintain the 5-0 advantage. The Generals, out of the scoring column. Curveball, outside corner, called strike 1. Lynchburg with a win in game 2 would improve to 11-0 at home. Very impressive. And we're getting closer and closer to the midway point of the season. It's crazy to think baseball getting close to that midway point in the year. Feels like it just started. Look over at the Lynchburg bench, including assistant coach Oscar Garcia, Travis Beasley, and of course, 5th-year head coach Luke Jones. 0-2, down the dirt, blocked up by O'Donovan. Savino forced to hold at second. One-two count. Batchmore with a look to second. Now comes to the plate. Gets a slow roller. Third base side. Batchmore over to field. The throw to first in time. Hornet reliever fielding his position. An exciting way to bring a close to the top of the 6th inning for Lynchburg fans watching. Batchmore faces the minimum +1 in his first frame. We'll step aside and come back. The home half of the 6th. Lynchburg out in front of Washington Lee. 5-0.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. 100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it.
Bottom of the 6th inning, Riley O'Donovan, Ryan Long, Carson Atkins scheduled to the plate for the Hornets. Chance for Lynchburg to extend the 5-run advantage they have currently. First pitch of the frame from Thomas Holler, in for a called strike. 92nd pitch tossed by the lefty. Don't see any action in the Washington Lee bullpen. We might be nearing the end of the line for Holler. Fly ball, right field, catch is made by Satterfield for out number 1. Now 4 in a row set down in the Lynchburg batting order. Ryan Long going to turn that around. Long 0 for 2. Grounded into the 18th double play turned by W&L this season. And his last time up flew out to right field. Backdoor breaking ball on a left on right spot. Misses off the outside corner. 1-0, well off the outside black. 2 balls and no strikes. Take a quicker tempo here. Inning number 6 for Holler. Coming set and working quickly on the bump. And a little interesting to see that tempo pick up as the game goes on. But as we noted, 4 in a row set down in the Lynchburg order. Sometimes when you see pitchers pick up the pace, that signals they're feeling good, they're in a rhythm. And then there's also some pitchers who naturally work quick. Think of Brandon Pond. He has a pretty high tempo for a pitcher in general. Long sends it to left. Catch made by Raymond for out number 2. To finish that point, it's always interesting to see. I can think of another interesting example. Not a name that may not be well known, but Tyler Blomster pitched at Division II school, Colorado School of Mines to be exact. And average pitch delivery, come back with the next pitch in 12, 13 seconds. I mean, it was really, really impressive by the time he would enter the windup, get the pitch back. And Blomster is a good example of it, and plenty of others. But when you're a pitcher that works that quick and you start to lose that rhythm or we get a little bit of a funk, it can be really hard to break out of that. Because pitching slow and changing the pace is not necessarily what you do, and that's not what you're comfortable doing. But, man, there is nothing scarier than being a hitter at the plate with a guy who is in a nice rhythm and working really quickly on the mound. 0-2 to Carson Atkins. Cut on and missed. Nice strikeout to end a 1-2-3 inning tossed by Thomas Holler. And he keeps Lynchburg scoreless for the 2nd consecutive inning. 5-0 still. We've made it through 6. Stepping aside, coming back with the top of the 7th from Fox Field. Ethan Zuleta to lead things off for Washington Lee. Generals trailing 5-0. So we have reached inning number 7. Zuleta 0 for 1, also drawn a walk. Falls behind to start the count at 0-1. After Zuleta, scheduled to be Brian Wickman and Luke Seipel. 0-1, golfed out towards shallow right field. Right along the right field line. It's down. Alvenos gets it back to the infield quickly, and Bermuda Triangle forming right along the right field line. never a good sign if you're a fan of baseball. And Zuleta showcases why as his first hit of the game. Brian Wickman returns to the plate. Had a line drive single his last time up. Overall, 1 for 2 today. He didn't do a double play his first time up. That was the 16th turn this year by Lynchburg. Batchmore goes breaking ball and a ton of bite on it. Misses the bat of Wickman. Part of what makes Batchmore so challenging, and that pitch really highlights why. He epitomizes everything. Every pitcher wants to have their windup and everything look the same despite what pitch they're throwing, and Batchmore, maybe more than anybody else I've seen yet this season, can do that. Atkins lays out, makes the grab. Carson Atkins covered a ton of ground. There to make the grab for out number 1. And we will have a pinch hitter step to the plate in the form of Jacob Jackson. Jackson hitting for the DH Luke Seipel. Runner on in front of him, 1 down. Healthy lead for Zuleta at first. Batchmore finds the outside corner. 20th pitch tossed by the southpaw. This is a part of the game. It doesn't stay in a same situation like it is right now. 5-0 beyond that. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Batchmore the rest of the way. Breaky pitch, high and outside. Count even at 1-1. So Jackson at the plate. Mason Satterfield is in the on-deck circle, so we should see him next up, barring a double play. Letter high pitch, cut on and miss to make the count 1-2. Third game played this year for Jacob Jackson. Becomes his 6th AB, barring he doesn't get walked or hit by a pitch. He's gone 2 for 5 in those prior at-bats. 1-2, outside corner. Jackson goes down looking. Backwards K, third punch out for Batchmore.
Now batting, right fielder, number 23, Mason Satterfield.
Satterfield 0 for 2. Went down on strikes back in the 3rd, then flew out to center in the 5th. Satterfield takes the first offering in for a called strike 1. Haven't seen any movement yet from Zuleta. Nothing here. Just fastball off the outside corner. And it is worth updating. Do have a lemur sighting currently in the bullpen. Grayson Thurman is up and throwing, and this could be just getting a couple tosses in. It could be more than that. Further reason to stick around and watch the conclusion of this contest. Lynchburg looking for the sweep of the doubleheader. Washington Lee looking for their first win since 2020 against the Hornets. Currently trailing 5-0. Breaky ball, cut on and missed. Batchmore is dealing. 4th strikeout for the lefty already. Leadoff single squandered. Washington Lee still looking for their first run. Through 6.5, coming back with the bottom of the 7th. Hornets lead the Generals 5-0.
what you're missing. It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Home half the seventh. Cam Lane to the plate to lead things off. Right fielder's gone 2 for 3. Has an RBI to go with it and a run scored. Lane takes the first pitch he sees, this time up, in for a strike. After Lane is scheduled to be Logan Webster, then Garrett Jackson. Breaking ball. This is downstairs. General's defense playing straight away against Lane. Watches this one on the outside corner. This game has settled into quite the pitcher's duel. Look at what Thomas Haller has been able to do the last couple innings. Sent back up the middle, off the leg of Haller, and this will be an infield single as Bassie was rotating, trying to make a play back up the middle. Lane now 3 for 4 in this game, on top of going 3 for 3 in game 1. Coach White started to get out of the dugout, won't make it to the bump as Haller waves him off. Lefty's thrown 105 pitches. To finish my point about how impressive Haller's been over the last 2 innings. Just before that, we were talking about how Lynchburg had scored at 9 of their 12 chances at the plate. That was in the 4th inning. Since then, consecutive zeros and still a 5-0 Lynchburg lead, but that has kept the comeback opportunity alive for the Generals. Shallow right field. And down for a base knock. Outfielders were playing no double depth, C depth in other terms, against Logan Webster. He's put the pop on display today, and that leaves Chapin Bassie is the only person who might have been able to get to it, but Bassie lays out, unable to make the grab, and now we will have a pitching change as Garrett Jackson will schedule to come to the plate. We'll step aside and come back and tell you about the new arm for Washington Lee after this. Evan Blair comes out of the bullpen for Washington and Lee. That marks the end of the day for Thomas Haller. Line not finals. He's responsible for both runners on, but Haller went through 6+, gave up 8 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. Blair comes out of the pen. Will take on Garrett Jackson to get his day underway. First pitch, fastball, punt past the Hornet first baseman. Blair set at the chest, attacks the inside corner. Jackson drives it out to center field. Back to the track. Salvino makes a grab just in front of the center field fence. Tacking up and advancing 90 feet is Cam Lane, who now stands at third base. Loud contact from Jackson. Does move Lane up 90 feet. Barring a double play, a productive out. Could make it 6-0. Stepping out in front of home plate is Charnecko, relaying first and third signs. Webster, I wouldn't be surprised if he is put into motion. This is always an interesting spot when you want to test if there's going to be a throw down to second. But here, personally, I like the idea of being able to take away the double play and generate a couple runs of insurance. Webster takes off, throw to second. Makes it all the way there and then into center field. It's an E2 that brings Cam Lane around and moves Webster up to third. First error of the game for Washington and Lee, 30th this season. And the pitch was a ball, so it is 1-0 to Avery Neves. Pops this one up. It'll stay in the infield. Next to first base, Wickman makes the grab. And that is a back-breaking type of second out for Lynchburg, who leads 6-0. But that was a spot where baseball goes into the sky, thinking, okay, sac fly, that'll get the job done. Instead, it stays in the infield. So, unfortunate bit of luck there working against the Hornets, but Lynchburg still up 6-0, and the RBI chance now goes to Alvenos. 1 for 3, already with 3 ribbies in this game alone. All coming in the home half of the third. (1-0). This is down below the knees. Hitters count 2-0. Blair steps off the rubber now. Back onto the bump. 9th appearance of the season for Blair. Most of anybody for Washington and Lee. 3.38 ERA through 13 1/3 innings pitched. 25 strikeouts. And here, Blair gets a ground ball to second. Bassey tosses to first. In time for out number 3. Blair retires all 3 that he faces, but does not stop. Another run coming across for Lynchburg via the throwing error from the catcher for the Generals. We've made it through 7. Lynchburg leads 6-0 as we head to the top of the 8th.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. 100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it.
Top of the 8th inning, Lynchburg sends out Grayson Thurman to take over on the mound. Marks the end of the day for Jack Batchmore. Southpaw tossed 2 scoreless frames, gave up 2 hits, no walks, 4 strikeouts on the day for Batchmore. And now Grayson Thurman takes over on the bump for Lynchburg. The first that Thurman will face is Luke Erdman. Third baseman and leadoff bat. Takes the first pitch fastball in for a strike. 11th appearance of the season for Thurman. Holds a 1-0 record, 1.19 ERA. Has 6 saves. This is not a save spot, but chance for Thurman to still get some game time. 22 2/3 innings worth of work. Opponents are hitting 188 against Grayson Thurman, and here it is, the most impressive stat of them all. 40 strikeouts to 1 walk. 1-1, sliced foul. Pitcher's count, 1-2, and a chance for Thurman, or should I say the Thurminator, to get strikeout number 41. Often known as the Lemur. I'm thinking Thurminator is something that could stick around and mix up the nicknames. Can't just be one. 1-2. Sent out towards deep right field. Cam Lane watches it hit off the warning track and find the right field wall. Rounding second, Erdman on his way to third and in safely with a head-first slide. Not the start to the day that Grayson Thurman had in mind. First extra base hit today for Erdman, 3rd triple on his season. Now an RBI spot for Chapin Bassey. Generals looking to work themselves into the scoring column for the first time in this contest. Lynchburg took game 1 14-3. Currently lead game 2 6-0. Bassey 0 for 3. Reach on a drop third strike in the 4th. Went down on strikes once again as the leadoff man against Jack Batchmore. Start the 6th. Thurman falls behind 2-0. Now misses downstairs. Count inflates. 3 balls and no strikes. See Coach Lucas Jones eyeing his closer. Issued just his 2nd walk of the season. Bassey aboard after seeing 4 from Thurman. Runners at the corners. No outs for Washington and Lee. Mitchell Salvino. 1 for 3 overall. Had a double his last time up. First pitch is in for a called strike. Bassey, a middle infielder, you can assume a fair amount of speed. 1st and 3rd spot. It's a tricky one because Washington Lee down to their last 6 outs. You don't want to run into one of those outs. Breaking ball goes foul. But nevertheless, chance to take away the double play. Has to be an intriguing offer to consider. Also, down by 6, putting a 2nd runner to scoring position is something worth potentially taking a flyer on. Especially here in a strikeout spot. 0-2, nicked in and out of the glove, or excuse me, in and held on by new catcher Holden Fiedler. Salvino down on strikes. First punch out for Thurman, and that brings me to my next point. Holden Fiedler, the new catcher for the Hornets, taking over for Riley O'Donovan. Had the catch duties for the first 7 innings in the field. First pitch curveball. High and inside to John Raymond. Saw Raymond at the plate for the first time in the 6th. Went down on strikes. And Fiedler wants to talk it over with Thurman. And Thurman just struck out Salvino. That is something he has a knack for. Great strikeout pitcher. This is a spot here. Ground ball double play. Get you through the inning. No runs on the board. Like to think Thurman could go back to the dugout with a smile on his face. That outcome comes to fruition. 2 balls, no strikes. Fastball, pump past Raymond. It's not a large lead for Passy at first. Close miss for Thurman. Miss nonetheless. 3 balls, 1 strike. Barring double play on deck is the catcher, Campbell Charneco. 3-1. Finds a zone for a called strike 2. Raymond is ready to make his way up the first base line. Instead, he'll get to see a payoff pitch from Thurman. Leamer set. Runner takes off. Pitch misses inside. Second walk of the inning, and that doubles Grayson Thurman's total coming into this appearance. The bases are now loaded. Erdman, the lead runner, at third after the leadoff triple. Passy behind him at second. Raymond aboard. Be the base on balls at first. Charneco to the plate. Still searching for his first hit. 0 for 2 overall. Has drawn a walk. First pitch swinging. Sent out towards left field. Ranging back. Neves makes the grab. Tagging. And scoring on the play from third is Erdman. And Washington Lee has their first run of the contest and makes it 6-1.
Now batting, shortstop number 7, Ethan Zuleta.
5th RBI of the season for Charneco. Now 2 away in the frame. Ethan Zuleta returning to the plate. Watching the first pitch in for a strike. Zuleta 1 for 2, also drawing a walk. Elevated curveball misses the zone. Sent out towards right field and down in front of Cam Lane. Rounding third and scoring will be Bassey. Moving up to third on the play, it's John Raymond. RBI base knock, Ethan Zuleta makes it a 6-2 score. Sixth hit of the game for the Generals. Chirp out to the mound for associate head coach Travis Beasley. Going to settle down Thurman, who running into more struggles than you're familiar with his Lynchburg baseball program. You've become accustomed to, especially this season. Just the 4th earned run given up by Thurman this year. We talked about the 2 walks. He had 1 before today's appearance. And next up is Brian Wickman, who, despite being in the 7th spot, 2nd best batting average on the team. Team captain is a senior. This is not a guy you want to have pick up a base knock here. All of a sudden, the base hit here from Wickman, you could be looking at a 6-3 game, and there's a completely different complexion behind that. So Thurman versus Wickman. Zuleta the runner at first. Raymond on at third. Breaking ball left up above the letters. 1-0 count to start. Wickman's 1 for 3. Healthy lead for Zuleta. Ground ball back up the middle, ranging over. Long, tosses to Alvenos, and that is a big 6'4" fielder's choice that keeps it. Out of 6-2 ball game, Thurman surrenders a pair of runs to Washington Elite. RBIs courtesy of Charneco and Zuleta. We're stepping aside, coming back with the bottom of the 8th. Can Lynchburg respond? Find out when we come back on LHSN.
If I'm walking around over on the crowd side, I always hear someone yelling, "Hey Nat, take our picture. Hey Nat, get this," or something, or "Hey Nat, you got that shot?" So I'm always like trying to photograph the crowds and my friends calling my name. I think sports at Lynchburg unifies us as a whole. No matter what background we come from, what differences we have, and what experience we've experienced through our lives, it brings us all together and we have one goal, which is to win. As a photographer, I definitely get to capture the emotion and the feel and the atmosphere of what's going on during the games and what's happening in the crowd and with the fans. We have hugely dedicated fans here at Lynchburg. They come out whether it's rain, snow, sleet, windy, no matter what. Like, they will come out and support their team and cheer them on. They will sit through anything. It's just, it brings us all together as one.
Gavin Collins to lead things off for Lynchburg. Looking to get the 2 runs back. They surrendered in the top half of the 8th. Evan Blair takes the mound for his first full inning of action. He got all 3 outs needed in the 7th, retiring Jackson Neves Alvenos. And the runs that came around in the 7th were charged to Thomas Haller. 1-1 count to Collins, 0 for 3 today. A big cut. Collins comes up empty. Count now 1-2. Blair into the windup. Elevates with the fastball, and Collins can't help but chase. Goes down swinging. First strikeout for Blair. 4 in a row now set down in the Hornets order. And this goes back to what I was talking about. Haller towards the end of his appearance until inning number 7 when gives up a pair of singles to start the inning to Lane and Webster. But a scoreless 5th and a scoreless 6th did wonders to keep Washington Lee in it. Then Evan Blair holds the damage at 1 run across in the 7th. You get 2 across in the 8th if you're Washington Lee. Now it's just a 4-run game, and baseball, college baseball, anything's possible at this point onward. So really big pitching down the stretch for Washington Lee to limit the damage the Hornets offense could string together. And also comparing this game to game 1, while Lynchburg has had a relatively consistent offensive production, there has been a 6-run inning. Not even more than just the 1 3-run spot hung up in the bottom of the 3rd. So when runs have been scored by Lynchburg, Generals has done a good job minimizing and stopping the bleeding, so to speak. Holden Fiedler to the plate for the first time today. He was a defensive sub in the top half of the 8th. That ends today for Riley O'Donovan at 1 for 3 at the dish. 1-1. Misses outside. Two on offering. Inside corner and a called strike 2. Fiedler was the starting catcher for Lynchburg in game 1. And went 3 for 5 in the opening of our doubleheader. 2-2. Sent the other way. ranging over towards the right field line and down in front of Mason Satterfield. Throw to second. Cut off by Bassey. Holden Fiedler. This double on top of the 3-for-5 showing in game one, swinging a red-hot bat. And has the extra base hit with one down in the 8th. Lynchburg here, even if it's just a run, a little bit of insurance would go wonders. One, to reclaim momentum, but also get a little bit of confidence for Grayson Thurman, assuming he will be back out on the mound once we get to the 9th. Ryan Long, it's his 4th plate appearance, 0 for 3 so far in the contest. Blair misses high with the heater. Blair's tossed an inning and a third, and first handful of appearances on the season for Blair, all right at an inning or less. Long since this one foul up the third base line. Then his most recent appearances, 5 innings against Shenandoah and 3 1/3 against Randolph-Macon, showcasing a little bit more to what Blair can be used for out of the bullpen. A little bit of depth, a little more length out of his tenure on the mound. One finds the outside corner to make it a ball and 2 strikes. Elevated fastball. Long, just like Collins, tries to climb the ladder, goes down swinging. Strikeout number 2 for Evan Blair. And now 1 out away from putting another 0 next to the Lynchburg line, keeping it a 4-run game to send us to the 9th, with Uncle Mo being favorable to Washington and Lee late in this contest. Carson Atkins, 0 for 3, pair of strikeouts, 1 looking, 1 swinging. Base knock here would do wonders for Lynchburg. First pitch he sees, high and inside. Atkins in game 1, 2 for 4 showing, also drew a walk. That extended his hit streak to 4 in a row. In jeopardy of seeing that come to a close. Long fly ball goes foul, right field side. Blair comes set, then to the plate. Another foul ball makes it ball and 2 strikes. Now Atkins, once again, strike away from having the 4-game hit streak evaporate away. All told, hits in 13 of the last 14 for Carson Atkins. The 1-2. This is inside. No one near the bag at second. People will be running on contact regardless. The 2-2 down below the knees. Count runs full. If Atkins reaches, we'll see the top of the order and Cam Lane return to the plate. Big pitch on the way for Blair. Payoff delivery, cut on and missed. Evan Blair strikes out the side. And Lynchburg squanders the double from Holden Fiedler. He's stranded at second. We've made it through 8 full. Lynchburg out in front 6-2. The Generals down to their final 3 outs, looking to stay alive. When we come back, the top of the 9th on LHSN.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the athletic training laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
Top of the ninth inning, Grayson Thurman looking to close out second game of our doubleheader. Lynchburg took game 1 13-4 and looking to make it a third consecutive sweep dating back to last season. Hornets taking both doubleheaders against the Generals. 3 outs away from doing the same this afternoon. Looking to keep their hopes alive. It starts with Jacob Jackson, then it's Mason Satterfield, followed by the top of the order, Luke Erdman, scheduled to plate. Thurman deals fastball and hit in and out of the glove of Holden Fiedler. Who they will give a moment to walk around. And now Fiedler will talk with Lucas Jones. It'd be a fly on the wall for that conversation. I'd love to know what Holden Fiedler and Lucas Jones were just talking about. Fiedler looks like he's okay, so ninth inning. Maybe the next couple of pitches you want to see from Thurman. That point aside, Jackson back in the box. Thurman toeing the rubber. 0-1. Waved out and missed by Jackson. Warren's defense plays straight away. Second AB of the day for Jackson. He went down looking his first time up. 0-2. Set back to the padding. Grayson Thurman in that first inning of action in the 8th. Started a leadoff triple to Luke Erdman. He's in the hole, scheduled to come back to the plate this inning. A couple of walks, which is certainly uncanny for Thurman. All told, it resulted in pair for earned runs. And those 2 runs in the 8th added to the complexity and made this game that much more interesting. Curveball misses high, and that's really the pitch that feels like Thurman is frustrated with this afternoon. Every time he's been throwing it, you see a shake of the head. He's just not happy with where he's been able to put it so far today. Two. Another foul ball. Jackson putting up a good fight. Just the 7th at-bat of the season for Jacob Jackson. 2-2, low and inside. Count runs full. This feels like a really interesting momentum linchpin. If Jackson gets on, spirits in that Washington Lee bullpen will certainly be high. Payoff pitch. Ground ball to Collins at third. Fields it cleanly. Throw across the infield in time, and Jackson retired 5-3 for out number 1. Nice job for Grayson Thurman. That could be a frustrating at-bat, getting out in front and then having a hitter foul off a couple of pitches. Next thing you know, it's 3-2. Thurman keeps his composure and pitches to soft contact and gets the ground ball out. Satterfield back to the plate, 0 for 3. Pair of strikeouts also flown out to center. Swinging to the first pitch he sees and sending it to the screen. Gotten to see Satterfield in both games. Now 11 starts this season. Had a 300 average before today's play. 0-1 right down Broadway. Count moves to 0-2. 0-2 offering. Curveball. Sent back to Thurman. The underhand toss to first. Good for out number 2. And now Grayson Thurman looking for the final out of this contest. Generals down our last life. Luke Erdman picked up the leadoff triple last inning. Came around to score the first of 2 runs for the Generals. First pitch, called strike on the inner half. Before the triple, Erdman had grounded out to second, struck out looking, and then hit into a fielder's choice. 0-1 is down and inside. Fielder relays the signs. 1-1 off the inside corner. It was good to see the pot put on display by Erdman. Went 0 for 3 in game 1. Started today. Second game, I should say, 0 for 3. But bounced back in a big way. Follows up the triple last inning with the 2-out base knock and keeps this game alive. Hard hit single into left. Brings Chapin Bassey to the plate.
Pinch hitting for Washington and Lee, number 37, Drew Larson.
It was scheduled to be Chapin Bassey instead. Drew Larson. Saw Larson in the DH spot in game 1. Left-handed bat, watches the first pitch on the outside corner for a called strike. Larson on the season. This becomes his 15th game played. I think that's 16th. He started in game 1. That was his 10th start. .316 average. Thurman misses away. 4 doubles, 5 ribbies. Here the name of the game for Washington Lee is just get the next guy on. Everybody who comes to the plate, one hitter at a time. Instead, ground ball to Alvenos at second. And the Terminator says hasta la vista to the Generals. Faces the minimum +1 in the 9th. And Lynchburg sweeps the doubleheader with Washington and Lee, taking game 1 14-3, and then grabbing the latter half of the Twin Bills 6-2. Hornets now 14-3 on the year and 4-0 inside conference action. Washington and Lee falls to 8-9 on the season and 3-5 in conference play. Final thoughts for both sides. Washington and Lee got to see a little bit of pop in the bat from Luke Erdman down the stretch. There's certainly some good, capable hitters in that order. Figure out that pitching rotation and get some more consistent play. Maybe we just didn't see them on their best day. I think this team could certainly be in play in the ODAC. And while Lynchburg, number 6 team in the country, you handle business, and you're now 11-0 at home, taking care of the Generals, now won 6 in a row against WNL. And all told, Lynchburg offensively looked really, really sound. Held scoreless just 6 times through the 16 innings they had at the plate. But that on top of the pitching staff, Lynchburg certainly looking good, especially when they play on Fox Field. That's going to do it for us in Lynchburg, Virginia. I'd like to give a shout-out to our director, Nathaniel Pierce, and the rest of our LHSN production crew. My name's TJ Wingard. Until next time, we are signing off.